Welcome to Modern Mystic Messages. I'm Teresa, and welcome to Monday night's live session. If you're seeing it in real time, and of course, if you're watching the replay later, this was recorded on Monday, September 29th of 2025. So definitely enjoy. Hopefully, we'll have a good session this evening. I'll give it a few minutes here and let's see who comes into the live stream, see if anybody comes in, and then we'll get started. Oh, welcome. Looks like I got a couple folks popped in. Welcome to the live session and happy Monday to you. Hey, Jilly, how are you? Welcome. How you doing? I had to take a few days off, but I am so happy to be back in the swing of things here. Hey, Miss Yates, welcome. I missed you guys. I really did. I was stuck in my head for a few days. But you know what? I know I'm not the only one. That's the thing that gives me a lot of solace these days because I have heard people saying that these energies have been something serious. So, but yeah, I'm happy to be here. Hey, Paul, welcome. And thank you for checking up on me. Those who did send me messages on the side, I appreciate it. Whenever, I feel so bad whenever I need to take a few days off, but I also realize that because I am an empath that is still in my healing as well, that sometimes the energies get to be a bit intense and I do have to take a few days to do my own spiritual work and recalibrate and stuff. Because, first off, I mean, yeah, I can sit down and read the books, and I can do that pretty much. That's just reading. But as far as receiving channeled messages and the readings and things that I do, I gotta get make sure my energy is right for that. So even though I be kind of having to deal with some negative self talk on my end, I do have to take that time whenever it ain't right. If I don't feel like I'm connected when I'm reading, I won't attempt to read, period. And I know that means that I need to get in there and do some personal work, You started your new venture, Ancestors greenlit for you. You've been busy. Awesome. That's what's up, Miss Yates. I look. I don't know how it's going to pan out for me, but and that's the other thing I balance with the it's like trying to balance what I know I'm supposed to be doing, but what I'm doing isn't what's actually earning income right now. So it's like, do you do the love project or do you get out there and try to push these bricks to make some coin? So, but I really just had to take a few days for self preservation over the past few days and like I say, let the chips fall where they may on that and then jump back on it today, because it is what it is. I just look. That's why I think some folks say whenever I'm reading tarot and stuff, they always wonder, for the most part. And I've had a few folks that I had to get firm with because that's what spirit called for. And the only times that that's ever happened was genuinely somebody trying to pull a fast one. And they really was in there just trying to heckle. But for the most part, most people find that I'm a very empathetic and sympathetic reader because I understand. Like I said, look, we all just doing the best we can, for real. We just really doing the best we can. And ain't nobody so spiritual or whatever that they ain't got no work to do. If somebody tell you they done did all of their work and they don't have no spiritual work to do, please run. Don't listen to nothing they got to say. Please. I beg you. Because they are too caught up in their ego. Yeah, and Paul, what you're saying is true. That's the thing. Even though I'm trying to be more gracious with the trolls and stuff, and because of the YouTube guidelines and all of that, we can't really just chop them out. And honestly, I had to redo my thinking about that as well because, hey, Jesus, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Um, I had to redo my thinking about the trolls and stuff because, like, now the ones that are absolutely hateful and won't let you get a word in edgewise, and it just becomes them trying to take over the show. Of course, they can't be tolerated. But for the most part, most of those people that are in there, especially the ones that keep coming back again and again and again, they don't even understand that their guides are leading them here for a reason. They're clowning and trolling and all of that because something in the message is still getting their attention, even though they're pushing, they're really resisting hard against it and wanting to be a problem. There's over 1 million channels on YouTube. So the fact that they find my little channel, they should know that that's not an accident. Nobody lands on this. YouTube ain't even promoting my channel like talking about it. So anybody that ever sees my face or hears my voice should understand that their guides are sending them to me for a reason or sending me to them for a reason. So, but you know, they'll figure it out. Like I said, the ones that have been back 3 or 4, 5 times, I love it. They don't see it that way. They are coming to troll, but they don't understand there's even in their trolling. Because again, like I said, I've been on a lot of different live streams, all kinds of different genres. Some of them were interesting, some of them were weird, some of them was downright disgusting. But the one common thread I found in all live streams is no matter how positive or how weird or anything that they talking about, regardless of the genre, there are soulless, miserable people on there that will troll just for the love of trolling. They really don't have no life at all. No life, no couth, no moral compass, whatever you want to call it. So, right. But, and they don't know how to listen. But that's why I'm saying the ones that continually come back, even though they are a burr under the saddle, I'm also beginning to understand that even in their own little way, they are kind of like that kid, that neighborhood kid that's really rough around the edges. You know, the one that ain't got neither parent active in their life, alcoholic mother, you know, chemical dependent or absent father, so rough, tough, you can't stand. But for whatever reason, they keep hanging around the fringes because they want a little bit of your light. They just so hurt and injured, they don't even know how to ask for it. That's how I see most of these trolls. Hey, Jaws pal. Yep. Hey, guess what, boo? I ain't even mad at you. I ain't mad at you. You won't find no judgment here from me. I stopped smoking at the beginning of this year because of the initiatory phase. This has been an initiation year for me. Um, so, but you won't find no judgment from me. Who this? Who you? Talking about who this? This Teresa. I'm the modern mystic message. I'm a modern mystic, and I had this is the channel Modern Mystic Messages. So guess what? If you're here, maybe you a mystic too in training. Maybe you being called on that path and don't even know it. And thank you so much, Wyatt Smith. Welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate you, brother. I love purple. I've been a purple girl since before purple was the it color. But yeah, I'm royalty. You didn't know? Most of the chosen are. With spiritual royalty. I ain't nobody on the earthly plane, but we're spiritual royalty up in here. Uh-oh, my bad. Yeah, you said who this Stephen Godare? So I said I'm Teresa. I'm a modern mystic. This is Modern Mystic Messages. Who are you? What the heck is a mystic? A mystic is someone who is basically started asking questions and searching for answers and was willing to go beyond the status quo. Someone who is very focused on the spiritual things, not just the religious pablum we're given in this day and time, but someone who is asking the questions from beyond. So, thousands of years ago, the mystics were in the caves and off to themselves and all that. No, not a skeptic. I'm not skeptical at all. I understand the religiosity of the planet and I rejected that, but I didn't reject spirit. I didn't reject Yeshua. I went on a quest to find out what's really going on. Because, see, here's the thing. One of the questions, okay, Jaws Paul, I appreciate your cough, but you're going to have to keep that under control. Don't let it become spamming. And Thomas Solar, yeah, mystic is secret knowledge, but it's actually, here's the thing, it's not even becoming secret anymore. A lot of us are being called on the path of the mystic. Religiosity is not a real word. I'm well aware of that. It's a word that I love to use though, because that's what's happened in the last 2,500 years. Spirituality has become religiosity. And oh, Josh Powell, no doubt. 420 is, she's a great teacher. She really is when it's used properly. Now, most people, the vast majority of people, grossly overuse her and don't get the full spiritual benefit of what the plant can teach us. But it absolutely is a teacher. And I do believe it. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if its origins were off planet, but it was given to us as a gift. Absolutely. Um, but no, Stephen Goddard, as far as religiosity, I use that as a tongue-in-cheek term. I'm aware it's not a real word, but because the word religion comes from the Greek word religare, which means to bind or hold back. Now, if you look up the word religion, they'll tell you it means something else. It does not. It means to bind or hold back, like a regulator, a governor. And that's exactly what the Abrahamic religions have done to humanity for the past 2,500 years. But I was that child. I don't know if I was still connected through the other side of the veil, whatever you want to call it. But I asked some questions. No, I'm not pulling cards tonight, King Anawa. I'm just basically got them in my hands for busy work. Um, they have, unfortunately, they have turned it into a business. And that's part of the reason why it's no good. It's completely corrupt. Well, that ain't the reason why, but it is corrupt. But if we actually look at the trace back the actual origins of religion, it was always designed as a control point. Always. It's never been about our enlightenment and our salvation and all that. That's the nonsense they tell you to keep you interested and keep you coming by, dropping your money in the coffers and putting your little booty in the pews. But that ain't what it's for. It's always been about subjugating the masses. Always. And when you actually stop and when, well, as a child, one of the questions that I asked was, number one, how is it that supposedly the scriptures tell us God is love? Okay, Joff Powell, I appreciate you being high. I appreciate free speech, but you're going to really have to slow down on that or you will be removed because we're not going to spam in here. This is not going to become your weed show, okay? Just so you're aware. So enjoy the talk, but chill with that. Silver Enigma, of course, Yeshua is real. Absolutely. I never said he wasn't. But Yeshua also was not promoting anything that religion today is promoting. None of it. And if you actually read your Bible and understood what you were reading, you know that. The Jews worshiped Yahweh. And at one point, they was even fed up with him. They made a bad choice. Abraham and Moses led the nation of Israel down a seriously nasty rabbit hole when they chose to begin worshiping Yahweh because the nation of Israel did not always worship Yahweh. Abraham left Ur and decided to go and deal with Yahweh. And then he, even at that, initially, he never kept any of his promises to Abraham. None of that. 500 years later, Abraham had become somewhat of a mighty nation through the line of Jacob, I believe it was. I have no idea what you're talking about, Joff Powell. I really do not want to have to mute you, but either make a positive contribution or stop spamming. Because if you continue spamming, you will be removed, okay? I don't mean no harm, but we just can't have that in here. It gets too out of control. If everybody started doing that, I could never even carry a thought or listen to anybody's real questions. I know when Halloween is, H. Harris, and this is not a costume. This is the way I choose to dress. And if you got a problem with that, keep scrolling. I don't. That's up to you. Hey, Elise Darlou, welcome. Hey, Miss Pretty Lady, blessings. You may not be royalty, but I am. The fact that you even went there and said I ain't royalty, that lets me know that you identify me as royalty. I'm wearing purple. I didn't say I was royalty. Well, earlier I said we all, the ones in my collective, are spiritual royalty, but I absolutely am. You don't have the power or the authority to declare whether I am spiritual royalty or not because you don't know my walk, brother. Hey, Sharif Abdullah, you welcome. I ain't paying him no mind after this, but I did want to respond to him because idiots like that will continue to comment and comment as if I'm blind and can't see. But anywho, but yeah, as far as the religiosity thing, the question that I always ask myself, Stephen, was, and again, it's a self defined word, but how is it that this planet, now again, religion tried to convince us that the planet is only 6,000 years old. We know now that that's a bald faced lie. The last 100 years have proven that this planet is hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years old. But however old it is, for thousands and thousands of years, there were all kinds of different spiritual systems on this planet. And then suddenly, 2,500 years ago, that's when God finally decided to talk to humanity and finally decided to bring forth this one particular all Alpha Omega Sky Daddy that everybody's supposed to bow down to. I could never believe that. Because how is it that they tell you that the Egyptian pantheon is mythology, and the Greek pantheon, that's mythology, and the Roman pantheon is mythology, and all they got all these mythologies. They turned everything into mythos and basically changed the term mythos. They put such a connotation on it that we turn around and start seeing it as, hold on, tried to warn him, so hopefully you'll stick around and be quiet. But yeah, um, we started seeing everything as mythos or like fiction. But if you actually go back and start tracing these deities all the way back through the different pantheons, you got to follow the line of history to go back through the major pantheons. But if you follow them back in order, you'll find out who they all correlate to. For example, the Yahweh person in the Bible, that we call, the Jews called him Yahweh, Christians call him Jehovah. But before then, he was known as Dionysus and Bacchus, Janus, Yao. He's been known as Baal. He merged and absorbed Baal's energy because even the Jews, once upon a time, the Jews worshiped Baal and Asherah, and Yahweh were worshipped in the same temple at the same time. But Yahweh went on that I'm a jealous God thing, and over time, Baal and El were absorbed into the Yahweh persona, and they just got rid of Asherah altogether because he was really mad about that because Asherah, Yahweh treated the Jews so nasty till they stopped. If you look at First and Second Kings, by the time you get through the end of like around First and Second, I think it's towards the end of Second Kings in the Bible, the Jews that stopped worshiping Yahweh, they went back to worshiping Asherah because she was kind and loving and all the rest of that. They said that the whole land, there was Asherah poles everywhere in the land. They had left off worshiping Yahweh, and he couldn't stand it, so he got rid of her altogether. Hey, little Ed, welcome, welcome. How you been? And I'm glad to be here. I missed y'all. For real, I missed you. So my thing was, something in that story ain't right. How is it that all of a sudden, all before, there were multiple Elohim all over this planet, from the Anunnaki pantheon all the way down to the Egyptian pantheon? Well, the Roman, I guess, would have been the very latest one. And then all of a sudden, let the Jews and the religion that sprang out of the Jews tell it. Then all of a sudden, there's no other gods here. It's only Yahweh. It's always only ever been Yahweh. Forget what you heard. All the rest of that stuff is just a fiction story. Don't even worry about it. It's Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. That's it. Come on now. And then when you really start trying to understand the nature of Yahweh, that's how I really got down this rabbit hole, y'all. Because I wanted to know. I grew up in a very restrictive religion that was very focused on getting it right. So I had to make sure I had the right one. And what I was learning in that religion, it didn't set right with me that it was right, because Yeshua said God is love. But everything I read in the Bible said God was violent and vengeful and bloodthirsty and everything else. And when I tried to correlate those two, they told me I was a troublemaker, and I wasn't looking at it right, that his ways are not our ways. That's the cop out for everything. But I'm like, no, if I'm imperfect, it says that we're made in God's image. It say that right there in the book. But even as far from perfection as I supposedly am, if I, in my puny, imperfect self, could not morally justify unaliving my own child to pay for somebody else's sins, or I couldn't morally justify punishing my child forever and ever and ever by some special magical means, keeping them alive just to torment them by fire forever. If I, in my imperfect stance, couldn't do that, how in the world could a God who says he is the personification of love do it? That's a question can't no preacher answer to me. They never have, ever, because those two things don't match. So I went on a quest to try to understand the true nature of Yahweh. And what I found blew my mind, like literally, pew, top of my skull cracked when I found it out. And at first I was hurt, I was angry, I was in disbelief. Then I went back to angry. Then I was wondering, like, okay, I still was stuck on that. I got to get it right. Can I say this? But then how can I not? Because if it took me 50 years of diligent study and life to find this out, and how in the world could I expect the people that aren't exposed to real deep Bible study from childhood to get it? They won't, most likely. And I know it's a whole lot of people on this planet that was plunked down. They go to church sometime, they'll show up on Easter and Sunday, and maybe they on Mother's Day or whatever, but they're not diligently studying the Bible week in and week out like I was forced to do on the end of a belt. And if I read the Bible through and through and through, and it took me almost 50 years to see it, then I know good and full well there's plenty of folks out there that need what I have. I'm a nerdy, basically, I used to call myself the nerdy esoteric librarian. And I used to say it very tongue in cheek. But then I realized I'm very, very, no, they're not lukewarm. They're innocently ignorant. Because here's the thing, Stephen Goddard. There's some folks that want to sit back with their spiritual arrogant selves and think that because they're the ones that gate crash to church bright and early every Sunday, that they've got all the answers, but they don't have them either. And you know how I know they don't? Because they still worshiping Yahweh Jehovah. If they actually understood the Bible, they would not do that. The problem is humanity has been bamboozled and deliberately lied to. And most people do not see it because they're caught up in religiosity. And that's where I got back to the deliberate brainwashing of humanity with that book, and false narrative that has kept humanity stuck and bound for thousands of years. Honestly, a person that hasn't engaged with the faith seriously is better off spiritually than someone who's been stuck up in church because they haven't had the brainwashing and the programming. It's real hard for a real hardcore Jesus freak to learn the truth because they buy into the BS that the church tells them instead of being able to use their rational minds to understand that Yeshua was not pointing nobody to Yahweh or to the church. I'm not worshiping anybody because the one that I did learn is actually the other brother, the other Elohim that they kind of whitewashed out of the Bible. He doesn't require worship. The one that was the us and let us make man in our image, he gave us that worship gene, but gave us the ability to turn it off. And he told Eve the truth, and she turned it off. And that's why he got painted as a devil, and that whole Satan lie got started. But the truth of the matter is, in the scripture, Yahweh was Satan of Eden, not Enki, his brother. Enlil is the one who became Yahweh, who is also known as Jehovah, and he has hated humanity through every pantheon he's ever been in. Go back and read Enuma Elish. That is the Babylonian epic. Enlil hated humanity with a passion. He was mad as hell when we survived the flood. That whitewash remix that we got in the Christian Bible, that's a lie. The oldest books, like I said, the Enuma Elish and the Lost Book of Enki are thousands and thousands and thousands of years older than the biblical text. And they tell you real quick that Yahweh hated humans. The ones, Stephen go there, the ones that are lukewarm that Yeshua said he would spew out of his mouth, he was talking to the Jews when he said that because they were still riding the fence. He came in there in John chapter 8. Look in the Gospel of John. And in John 8, he told them flat out, "Why do you not believe the one who sent me?" He told them, your father is not my father. You don't know my father. You worship your father, the devil. He's a liar and the father of a lie. There ain't no truth in him. He's a murderer, a manslayer, everything else. John chapter 8, go read it. And because of that, he said that he wished that they would be hot or cold, but because they were lukewarm, he would spew them out of his mouth. Because the Jews rejected Yeshua's teaching. They rejected it so hard that they had the Romans put him to death. So they didn't want to hear what Yeshua had to say. And then 300 years after the Romans did the Jews' dirty work for them, Constantine turned around and knit Yeshua back into that lie that they set up when they were creating this new religion, Christianity, which was a vehicle to push Yahweh worship into the rest of the world. The Jews had been worshiping Yahweh in a small pocket of the world. But once Constantine turned around and remixed Yahweh and he became Jehovah, then they could have the holy wars and all of that. And they went out over the course of a couple hundred years. They unalived 80 million people to force the world to bow to Yahweh in the name of Christianity. But that is not what Yeshua told nobody to do. He told them exactly the opposite. And all of that stuff in the New Testament, 90% of the New Testament was written by Paul. And Paul declared himself an apostle, but he never laid eyes on Yeshua, period. He was a self-declared apostle by that lie that he wrote in Romans about that conversion on the road to Damascus. But the truth of the matter is, before that supposedly conversion that he was the only witness to, before that, Paul was a bitter hater of the Jews, and he especially hated the Edomites and the Essenes. So he had zero love for Yeshua. And Yeshua told the Jews and everybody else who read them gospels, he told them that after they unalived him, that there would come along one who would lead humanity lost for thousands of years. And right on time, 100 years after he died, here come Paul with that mess that he put up there, Romans, Ephesians, Galatians. If you actually read those letters, he's literally telling them, F what you heard. Yeshua was this and that, but he left me in charge, and this is the way we go going forth now. It's a lot of self-aggrandizement in those books, just like Yahweh like to do. It's a lot of very judgmental, that same kind of church hierarchy mess you see today in the churches. And this one got to be this moral, and this one got to be this and beyond reproach. And y'all, basically, he was telling them, look, y'all been over here messing up. Y'all ain't shit, but this is the way we're going to do now. I don't care what Yeshua said. This is what we finna do, and this is the way we're moving forward. Go read it. Most of what is laid out in the New Testament flies 180 degrees opposed to what Yeshua was actually teaching and preaching when he was here. And humanity is so caught up in the religiosity, in the pomp and circumstance, in the thus saith the Lord, and the guilt trips and the fear of burning hell that the church has laid upon us, that they don't even know it, that they still, 2,500 years later, they're still worshiping Satan, the devil, just like Yeshua tried to stop them from doing 2,000 years ago. The Jews still worshiping Yahweh. The Muslims are worshiping him they call him Allah, which Allah is an iteration of El, which still absorbs and ties back to Yahweh. And Christians call him Jehovah. But all three of them, between those three, 75% of this planet is worshiping Yahweh in one form or the other. That's why the scriptures say the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. And it says that he has disguised himself as an angel of light. And hasn't he? That part. And we know, first, he can't be telling the truth, because if he was truly the true God, and if those first off, if God, if Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah is the one and only true God, like he say and the people that worship him say, why is it that there's thousands and thousands and thousands of sects of each of the different religions? It's 45,000 sects of Christianity in the United States alone. That part. And if Yahweh, Jehovah, is truly the Alpha and the Omega and the true God of this planet, the true God, he's the one that even put that before us, that we must find the one and only true God. The idea of monotheism is something that Yahweh laid down. And people keep jumping into it because we was told to do it. But if he is supposedly the one and only true God, why is there no peace on this planet? People been worshiping him for 2,500 years, shedding blood over him for 2,500 years, enslaving people for 2,500 years, and there is still no peace on this planet. Prosperity for a few, but greed running amok, slavery running amok, violence running amok from the 75% of people on the planet that claim to worship him are the 75% of the most violent people on this planet. The other little 25% of people, the Jainists, the Taoists, the Jainists, the Hindus, the Muslims, they over in their little corner of the world ain't messing with nobody. Couldn't pay them to pick up a pew pew and go to war and mess with nobody. You ain't gonna find too much of that. I think occasionally you might find a Sikh in military service in modern times, but traditionally, no. And those have been, even those philosophies, those are not religions in the eastern part of the world. They are philosophies, but they've been adulterated until they kind of sort of operate like religions now, but they are not violent religions. But the ones that worship Yahweh, bloodthirsty as hell. Always have been. Ain't been no peace nowhere on this planet since we've been worshiping Yahweh. That's the main thing that let me know he ain't really who Yeshua was talking about. Patricia, you say you think since you're moving out of Catholicism, you actually seem to really enjoy the temples and the Oriental look at faith. Honestly, and I would encourage people to take that look, because truthfully, as the various Elohim began to spread out, when they first got here, it was Enlil and Enki and Ninmah and Thoth. And over time, other Elohim and El Shaddai came from Nibiru as well. But by the time they did that, let us make man in our image, and humanity is starting to form civilizations and all of that good stuff. When the situation happened with Nebuchadnezzar and the Tower of Babel, that was a real event. Even the lost book of Enki says it was a real event. The Babylonian epic says it was real. The scriptures say it was real. That at that point, that's when Yahweh demanded a revision to have our telomeres capped so that we could not live longer than 120 years. He was the one. He was the one that insisted that our lifespans be shortened. He was the one that demanded that we have a worship gene installed. That's the only reason we even having this conversation. We were given a genetic propensity to worship. And then he demanded that the other Elohim, that one, we could never see their faces. You know how the scriptures say no man can see God and yet live? It's not that our eyes don't have the capacity to see them. It ain't like our heads will automatically explode if we look upon their glory, like the scriptures would lead us to believe. The demand was given from Yahweh. If we were to actually see them, we were supposed to be instantly unalive by them, because he wanted to perpetuate the lie that they're gods. So that was how they moved and operated. Only their priests and their priest kings and their agents and their servants could actually see or work with them. The common man could never see their faces. And we were never to be told that they're not gods. We were supposed to forever bow and scrape to them. That's Yahweh's doing, all 100%. And the problem came into play, if you will, because Lord Enki, the one who actually fashioned us, Enlil didn't have nothing to do. He was not nowhere. He didn't have a nickel in that quarter into us. Let us make man in our image. Enlil was not a geneticist. Enlil had no desire for that. Enlil only saw us as animals and slaves. So he did not lend to the Adamu project at all. We were a necessary evil, and he felt like once the gold had been sufficiently mined, we were supposed to be drowned like rats and been done with. Wash his hands of us and go home. But Lord Enki understood that once they gave us their DNA and we became intelligent, sentient beings, that he had a moral and ethical obligation to us. He actually had love for us as his progeny, because we are. He literally gave his own physical DNA. Lord Enki injected his DNA into the zygote that became Adam. Ninmah, Isis, Ninhursag, she is Lord Enki's sister. She was the secondary geneticist on the Adamu project, according to the Anunnaki texts. And she carried the Adamu in her womb. And it was her DNA that became Eve. She gave her DNA, injected it into the zygote that became Eve. And that zygote was carried by Lord Enki's wife, Damkina. Ninki, sorry. So Enlil didn't have nothing to do with it except the design modifications that he demanded. But because he had the title Lord of the Command given to him by his father Anu before they left Nibiru to come here, he was able to run the show that way. But Enki had a conscience. And after a while, it just got on his nerves so bad that he actually told Eve the truth, that they were not gods, and that she would not die if she ate from the tree of life and all of that good stuff, and that she could turn her worship gene off. And that's what Enlil had such a fit about. And that's what humanity has been rocking out with ever since. We've been taught that we are worthless, and dirty and sinful. The sinful nature was that Eve dared to know the truth. And because of it, she was tossed. She and Adam were thrown out of the Garden of Eden, but it wasn't because she was so sinful and dirty. It was because they also had a plant, they had vegetation there from Nibiru that they themselves, the Anunnaki, used to extend their own lives. And had she been allowed to stay in the garden, Enlil was upset and concerned that Adam and Eve might eat from what they call the fruit of life. And if they had actually eaten of the fruit of life, they'd probably still be here because it literally extended their lifespans like that. That's why they was thrown out of the Garden of Eden. And we've been their priest kings, and then later our human priests, and then later on church hierarchy as it's continued in that game of spiritual telephone. They have been spinning that lie and steadily augmenting it and passing it down generation after generation for thousands of years to convince us that Eve did something wrong and that we're sinful and dirty and worthy only of death. That is a lie. It is a bald faced lie. And thankfully, now that we're on the doorway to the age of Aquarius, Yeshua has energetically come back amongst us, among the people, and he's sending his knowledge and information, channeling it through various people so that the truth can come out and people can actually learn it. They're just bendy. The three dots on my forehead, I choose to adorn my third eye with various bendies. Sometimes you'll see a single teardrop. Sometimes you'll see a fancy gold bendy. Sometimes they'll be silver. Depending on what I'm wearing, it just matches my outfit. But I just chose three because I am a rule of three girl. Let me see. Hold on. You say you really feel like. Hold on. Let me see if I can catch up. The Egyptian thoughts are cool, Patricia, except, like I said, I don't have any issue with any of the pantheons. I just go all the way back to the Anunnaki because it was the first one. I don't have, look, I'm getting a little long in the tooth to spend another 15, 20 years trying to study all these various different pantheons and religious systems and all of that. So I just go right back to the root of the tree, so to speak, so that, and take it from there. Um, Hey, Joshua James, welcome. And it's good to see you too, Michael Stevens. Welcome in. Hey, Niana, I didn't see you come in. Yeah. You said you feel like you're a star seed. You don't see it so much as humanity anymore, made in the likeness of humankind. You're not well enough to say what you want to say it. You are a star seed, most likely, Patricia. Especially if you feel like it. I didn't understand what it meant to be star seed, but I've known I was a star seed since about 2010, 2011 or so. And the further down the spiritual rabbit hole I get, the better I kind of sort of understand it. But yeah, a lot of the folks that are on the planet incarnated at this time are star seeds. Exactly. That again, Patricia, now you're using your critical thinking. That's why I said, how in the world is God going to tag everybody, all the billions and billions of people that have lived over the tens of thousands or perhaps hundreds of thousands of years that life has been on this planet? And yet here come Christianity, Islam, and Judaism literally at the 11th hour. They're the very newest religions on the planet. Quite literally, 2,500 years ago was the oldest of them. In 500 AD, thereabouts, Judaism got its start. And then, right at the turn of the Common Era in the year zero or 33, when Yeshua was unalive, here comes Christianity. Well, no, Christianity didn't even get established till 295 AD. Yeah, 295 AD, almost 300 years after Yeshua was unalive, is when Christianity became a religion. And then in about 600 AD came Islam. And the Jews and the Muslims at that point in time were all kind of interspersed together. All, it wasn't a very set apart type scenario. The Christians, the Muslims, and the Jews was all kind of swirled together in that part of the world. So how in the world would people think that just because this one particular deity said so, that everybody on the planet supposed to bend to this? I don't think so. And then when you look at, like I say, this all started for me when Yeshua. Hey, Kalina Emrys, how are you? And thank you so much. Oh, Miss Pretty Lady, you're so welcome, honey. I have to. I really, really have to. I have to share it, regardless of, I know some folks ain't gonna like it and folks gonna clown and whatever. But like I said, it took me so long to connect the dots and kind of lay it straight in my mind. And I've been reading the Bible literally. I was taught to read from the Bible by the age of 3. So I've been reading the Bible for 52 years now, 55 years on this planet. And it took me almost 50 years to begin to really make sense of this and put all of the dots together. And even then, there were some missing pieces. It wasn't until I really sat down and started consistently meditating. After about a year and a half of meditation, I became aware that I was being kind of guided to the path of the initiate and taken down a spiritual rabbit hole that a lot of folks don't necessarily get to go down. And once that started happening, I realized I don't have a choice but to share this because I'm very uniquely suited. Again, like the way my ADD and my neurodivergence is set up, I was a bookworm. So I used to think there were a lot of useless bits of information. They weren't useless bits of information. I just didn't know how it was going to all apply until recently. And then a couple years ago in meditation, well, I started hearing a bunch of things in meditation about 4 or 5 years ago. But most recently, what brought me down this particular part of the spiritual path was when I started hearing they delivered him up to the Romans. They delivered him up to the Romans. That was a recurring theme in my head for almost a week until I had to get up. Fact of the matter, let me not lie. I had fallen off of the whole Bible study thing because I was angry with religion when I first figured out some things. And I stepped away from it for a while. And through the course of a couple of moves, I didn't even have a Bible anymore in my house. I had to order a Bible off of Amazon. No, I take that back. The first Bible I got was off of. There's a dude on YouTube here calls himself Greatness, and he be going around giving people in need money and this and that. We had a thing, and I was at work one day, so I did a little fundraiser, and because I donated to his channel, he sent a King James Bible. But the King James is hard for me to read. That's not the translation I grew up with. So I ordered an American, I think it's American Standard off Amazon. And then I started looking for these scriptures, and then I kept being taken further and further, going back and like cross referencing and reading this scripture and reading that scripture. But now all of a sudden, because I had spent several years in meditation and Yeshua was showing me certain things in the scriptures, and I'm getting a different insight, the Bible is reading completely different to me now. But when I kept getting to that, they delivered him up to the Romans. First of all, who was they? The Jews. Okay, so the Jews delivered him to the Romans. Why did the Jews deliver him to the Romans? They hated him. Why did they hate him? They rejected his message. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. If the Jews rejected his message, then why is the Christians turning around? What, first of all, we got to find out what was his message that they was rejecting. And if they rejected his message, why would Christians try to emulate the Jews by turning around and worshiping the same God that the Jews are worshiping? Yeshua didn't do that. And that's that's the disconnect, because the religion bears the term Christ in it. People think it refers to Yeshua, but people don't even understand Jesus' last name wasn't Christ. Christos is a spiritual title, if you will, an ascension point. He became Christos after many years of spiritual study, And then he went into the wilderness on that 40-day initiatory fast. 40 is Lord Enki's number. So he did that 40-day fast in the wilderness, during which time Satan of the Eden, Yahweh, went into the wilderness as Satan the devil and taunted him. But after 40 days and 40 nights of long fasting, he reached a point of ascension that he became Christos. He wasn't performing miracles before then. That's the part people don't understand. What was Yeshua talking about? What was he doing? What was his ministry? What was he warning the Jews against? And what did he really tell us to do? Because he told us, well, actually, he didn't even, Lord Enki said, when after Yeshua's baptism, there was a voice heard from heaven that the people said, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Believe him." And then at his transfiguration, after the so-called crucifixion thing and all of that, when he went up on the hill with a few of his disciples, it said that they saw the clouds come and the bright lights. It said it was so bright, his clothes glowed so brightly that it looked like they were lit from within. And again, they hear this voice from heaven come down. In fact, they saw the smoke and all of that, and they thought that Elijah and Moses were there. They saw two beings that came out of the cloud or whatever, and they thought it was Elijah and Moses that were coming to minister to him. In fact, they even offered to get him something to eat, but that wasn't the case. And again, they hear this voice saying, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Follow him." And John 3:16, all you Sunday school folks, tells you, for God loves, or should say, for the Elohim loved the world so much that he gave his only son, so that whoever believed like him, it says whoever believe in him, but it really, translation should have said whoever believes like him might not perish, but gain eternal life. Now, Christianity want to tell you that means something different. But if you go and look at the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, it'll help you understand what that really means. Because Thoth was on the same kind of mission. Thoth was known as the Logos, Yeshua was known as the Logos. Thoth was known as the Word, Yeshua was known as the Word. Thoth was known as the Son of Man, Yeshua was known as the Son of Man. Thoth was known as the light of the world, Yeshua was known as the light of the world. Now, interestingly, Lord Enki was known as the morning star. That's a mistranslation of a mistranslation in the scriptures that tell you it's Lucifer, the morning star. He was called Lucifer because Lucifer means light bringer, and morning star because of his possible Venusian origins. Yes, he was from planet Nibiru, but I think he had other planetary ties to Venus as well. So Lucifer, the morning star, was a nod back to Lord Enki, but in the scriptures they misinterpreted it and mistranslated it to make it be this so-called naming of Satan the devil. It's not. But it's interesting because Enki was known as morning star, and in Revelation chapter 22, towards the end, in Revelation 3:12, I think it is, Yeshua says that he would get a new name. And in Revelation chapter 22, I think it's 22, it's a couple verses before the very end, he says that his new name is the morning star. So when you really look at the Bible for what it really, really is, it's a tale of two Elohim, not just one. There's more to mention it. They mention Asherah in the scriptures. They talk about Baal in the scriptures, and several of the Elohim are mentioned in there. Beelzebub is mentioned in there. Baal, Nimrod was actually a priest king, I think. I can't remember the other ones, but it's a few of the Elohim that were mentioned in the scriptures. But of course, the Christian Yahweh's scribes always painted them as evil or pagan, Truthfully, there ain't no more pagan religion on this planet than Christianity. Pagan just means they worship Pa. And does not Christianity, Judaism, and Islam cut all of the divine feminines out of it almost entirely? Christians are the most lenient of the three religions, and even then, they say that women are not supposed to preach, pray, or prophesy in the temple, and she cannot preach, pray, or prophesy in the presence of her husband unless he is one, spiritually a non believer, and two, she covers her head while she does so. Those are the only two circumstances under which a female is supposed to be doing anything of a spiritual capacity. So, is that not worship of Pa? But they lied to us. They lied to us. You said you knew you was coming here when you came here, but you didn't want to come back. Yes, you did, Patricia. Yes, you did. A lot of us think we don't, and I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on a minute. I want to make sure I know. Okay, I'm not that far behind. Okay. We don't think we wanted to be here because it's such a dumpster fire. To most of the world, it appears to be a dumpster fire right now. But I'm trying to tell you, Patricia, if you are a star seed, you lined up like it was a Jordan, like Jordan was dropping a new pair of shoes. You lined up like they had tickets for the Rolling Stone, giving them away for $2. I promise you, you wanted to be here. Most of the folks that's on this planet at this time are old souls. This is not our first rodeo. We came to play. We came to beat the final boss, y'all. But by doing so, we also, hey, environment, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. By coming here in this time period, we are here at the doorway of the age of Aquarius. Didn't Yeshua say in the book, supposedly they attributed to him, whether he actually said it or not? He said right before they unalived him, he said, "Go to the gate." They were in preparation of the Last Supper. Said, "Go to the gate. The man with the water jug will show you the way." The man with the water jug is a nod to Aquarius. Aquarius is the water bearer. Lord Enki is the quintessential Aquarius. And we're right here at the doorway of the age of Aquarius. It takes about 75, between 75 and 150 years to segue from one zodiacal age into another. It's not just the flip of one page on the calendar. It's like a changing out of a whole system because a zodiacal age lasts 2,600 years. Hey, Michelle McMahon, welcome in, welcome in. Good to have you. So yeah, and you're right, Kalina. Christos is a title. You said you were pouting. That's what I'm saying. But again, I hear that so much in this day and time. A lot of us, because that whole memory wiping thing, oh my God. But haven't you noticed a lot of the kids are coming back that their memories aren't completely wiped anymore? I love that. That's going to be real handy for some of the folks that's going to be onboarding in the next few generations. But most of us earlier models, if you will, we had that memory wipe, and a lot of folks, it's like they're so miserable and it's so this, we didn't want to come back because you know what, we were very um it wasn't egotistical. It was just because we've done this before. I can't think of the right word right now, but we bit off a lot. I ain't gonna say we bit off more than we could chew, but we bit off a lot. A lot of us are closing, not only closing karmic cycles for ourselves, but we're doing a lot of generational work for our lineages. And some of us even chose to get plunked down in lineages, in ancestries that wasn't even initially in our soul family and bloodlines, but we came into those families during this time period to basically end a lot of their generational curses for them. We are closing out a lot of spiritual and karmic cycles for ourselves and our ancestors. And that's why it's such a hard ride. Have you not noticed the narcissist empath paradigm? That is a huge paradigm on this planet at this time. That's a karmic lesson, a karmic cycle, a generational curse, if you will. Oversharing, overgiving, generational codependency, huge domestic violence, those sorts of things, the relationship, the whole battle of the sexes thing that's been going on and on and on. All of those type things are generational lessons that we needed to kind of button up before we move into the age of Aquarius. You say you know what was going to happen when you got here. You know it's going to be a lot of problems. Well, a lot of problems, of course, come. You came, you know you got in your little thing. Yep, come down here. You feel like your mom's mind was wiped along the way. Everybody's was. Everybody's was. That's the thing. Because again, this go around, maybe your mom now, you could have been, you could, that could have been your sister in the last time. It could have been your worst enemy. And truthfully, I think a lot of us did. The families that a lot of folks were plunked into now, it seemed like the most mismatched mess anybody ever could have wanted to see. But I honestly think that those are soul or cosmic contracts that were played out for our soul growth and for healing of a lot of ancestral line work that needed to be done. So many of the chosen one come from such extremely dysfunctional families. It's not even funny. Been through all kinds of trauma, and again, that ain't no. And the narcissist will want to tell you, "Oh, stop buying into victim mentality." It ain't victim mentality. A lot of us was genuinely victimized, real trauma, so much so that half of us need a psychiatrist because we closed it off behind a wall. The pain got so great that by the time we got to adulthood, we just blocked it off behind a wall because we've been told all our lives, suck it up. Other people got it worse. Stop your whining and your complaining. Stop your bitching and your moaning. Other people got it worse. It ain't so bad. Sucks to be you. Keep it moving. Life ain't fair, and then you die. Ain't we done all heard some of that kind of stuff, right? So we thought that doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's another one. So we just blocked all our traumas and stuff away, put a band-aid on a gunshot wound, and kept it moving until spirit put us on our butt. Hold on. Until spirit put us on our butt, and we have to sit down and actually do the shadow work, the inner child work, go through them dark night of the soul point 1, 2, 3, 4, part 5. Some of us go through dark night of the soul part 15, all of those good things, and eventually we do enough of the spiritual work that we actually knock that wall down and then start working on our childhood traumas. Oh, absolutely. A lot of us were pushed into having relationships too soon and early and having children, especially if you grew up in the United States, Michelle McMahon, because think about it. Our society, especially here, it's not as bad as in other places. I mean, they do it to some degree in other places, but it's not nearly as bad as it is here. We live in a society that's so sick and twisted. They are in such a hurry to get us all into the debt slavery program that they have socially and mentally trained us and programmed us through media and everything else to teach our parents that at age 18 we're supposed to be pushed out of the nest onto our own and out we go. Didn't give us no social responsibility, didn't really even teach us about the emotional responsibilities and all of that of sexual relations and all. They've been, like I said, they turn around and push birth control on you from the age of 10 or 11 or so, but they don't bother to teach you none of the soft gushy underbelly, the feeling part of relationships. They don't give you any financial literacy or any education like that. What do? Push you out of high school, push you into college or trade school or whatever else, and then the predatory lenders start pushing you into some form of credit because everything on this planet, I mean, in this country, operates on credit. So they want to get you into the debt cycle as soon as possible. And then people get out there still wanting to have a little bit of fun and everything been hypersexualized. And then they gave us the birth control pills and all of the rest of that stuff and removed all sense of moral obligation. So what is there to do on a Friday night when you ain't got nothing to do? But like I said, you got to be back to work on Monday. Most people, sex became their entertainment. So yeah, that's the way that goes. A lot of folks in a lot of other cultures, they're taught to stay home unless or until they're married. And even then, they live in family compounds so that the families can stick together and begin to build generational wealth and have something. Oh no, not in the US. No, no. Oh yeah, Michelle, if you wanna hey Shawanda, welcome, welcome. Yep, we're gonna all have a beautiful week ahead. Absolutely. Yeah, in order to heal, and that's the other part that I hadn't gotten to yet. Most people don't realize you cannot teach what you don't know. So we wonder why we went through all of these things and why has it been such a rough patch for us. Number one, we were allowed, I ain't gonna say that we deliberately had to, but you think about it. Here you come with all your questions in life, even though you might have been in a strict religious upbringing or whatever the circumstance, it don't really matter because whatever it is, whether it was religious or not, or psychological or not, or whatever, most of us, the common thing that we have is that whatever paradigm we were plunked down into as children, we bucked the status quo somehow. We wasn't real rebels. Some of us were true rebels without a cause, getting in trouble with the law and all of that. But even if you weren't that, even if you was the shy, retiring introvert, you still was full of questions that you couldn't ask because if you tried to ask them, you'd get your mouth popped and might even get your butt toe up out the frame. So, but you still had all of these questions. And because of that, you bucked whatever status quo you grew up in once you got out of the house, which typically led to making poor financial decisions, poor relationship decisions, excuse me, maybe even getting in wrong with the wrong friend crowd, leading off into either some kind of a violent mismanagement or chemical substance mismanagement, something. There's a lot of different ways it's played out, several different uh, courses, if you will, on Earth School, and they come with different starter packs. But most of us had some kind of version of that. But at the end of the day, once we start healing, you start realizing some of that stuff was allowed to happen for you, not to you. And even the things that happen to us, sometimes, and most of us, if we'll be honest about it, you can sit back and look at times in your life where spirit kind of kicked you back into play a little bit. It did a little bit of a course correction. You was headlong, butt strong off into whatever you was getting into, but some kind of way it didn't go as bad for you as it probably could have. And under all, if you really be honest about it, what it probably should have, now that you're looking back at it in hindsight, because your guides were still kind of sort of nudging things, like I said, putting the bumpers up. Yeah, it still hurt, but you still here. It didn't take you all the way out the game because you needed to stick around so you could fight the big boss. And in order to be a true healer, like you said, you've got to understand what people are going through. You've got to be able to empathize for the walk that others have. So a lot of healers have a very painful, bumpy ride. I laugh and call it the Super Dave crash and burn entry into this experience. How you gonna teach what you don't know? Because it's a whole lot of folks that's super judgmental. Come on live, and if you don't believe me, get your YouTube channel and start going live, and you'll see how judgmental people can be. Oh, they criticize the way you look, the way that you talk, the way your teeth look, what you're talking about. They just judgmental, judgmental, judgmental. They don't know nothing about walking a mile in nobody's shoes, but you do. And because of it, you're more empathetic. You're not as quick to judge others. You got a little bit of softness to you. You don't even get as mad at those people that's talking crap about you because you know they don't really know no better. Right? That part. You have to be able to walk through the dark valleys to help the people that are in the dark valleys never bother you to walk through the dark. Yeah. And some of us, our ministry is in the valley. That's the part we don't understand. We keep thinking about all of these crazy behind people you done came across, seem like your whole life you've just been surrounded by users and abusers and whatever. You just can't catch a break for nothing, never realizing that you was put in their path. You look at how they treated you. what you did, what they did to you. And yes, it was uncomfortable. And yes, it wasn't right or fair, but you never realized the effect you had on them. They may not have been put in your life as a to some degree, yeah, as a karmic lesson. More likely they were put in your life as a teacher, but you may have been brought in their life as a karmic facilitator to help change the trajectory of their life, to try to steer them towards awakening, whether some of them will and some of them won't. Most of the time we done left them so far in our rear view mirror, we may not even know the good we did to them or for them in our energy work down the line. Like for real empaths, because you ain't gonna stick around to find out whether the narcissist actually got better. Eventually, once you learn the lesson, you're gonna leave his ass right there where it's at. You don't need no updates. You just gone, right? And over time, most of the people that were in your life have fallen away. So you may or may sometimes we'll get the confirmation by way of somebody, one of our mutual acquaintances or friends, or you see something on Facebook, or you look up and see them on the news or whatever, and find out they either got their positive, like I said, they either switched it and became a better person, or they got their karma one way or the other. But you will never know the positive impact you may have had on some of those people. And I've actually had some come back years and years later that I hadn't even thought about. And they may not be exactly where I am in life, but like I said, they still here. And the way that they was treating you, honestly, especially if you were chosen one, if you can look back and any of your karmics are still alive, you probably had a positive impact on them. Because don't the scriptures tell you, touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm? Most of them people rake so much karma onto their heads by messing with you. So if they don't change, they leave out of here quick. I promise you. You don't be wishing nothing bad on them. You don't wish nothing bad on nobody. But if they don't change their ways, karma don't discriminate, and she know everybody address. You cannot run and hide. Period. And truthfully, karma is no more than the consequences of your own actions. When you get so out of pocket that spirit cannot redirect you, eventually you will succumb to the consequences of your own actions. And that's why it's not that uncommon for folks that genuinely mess with the chosen to wind up in a scenario that exits them prematurely, what we would consider prematurely off the planet. Hey, Robin Williams, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I don't love it, Michelle. I've been down in it so long, so I'm ready to do something different. And thankfully, I mean, I have empathy for it. But like I say, I done been in the valley for so long till I asked to retire to at least to a lake resort. If I can't get all the way up the mountaintop, I do want to at least get to a beach resort or something. So I yeah, I know I signed up for it. I did. But I'm ready to reach renegotiate. Well, actually, I ain't even gonna say renegotiate. I've come to understand that mine was kind of an 11th hour pivot program, that I would walk along this path for a time and then I finally get it. And now the hard part is, and my guys have told me a long time ago, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. Well, they didn't tell me long enough ago because they told me after I had already done asked for it. But years ago, I set on a path to learn how to manifest from nothing. Be very careful if you ask that. It sounds cool. Because, I mean, we all seen Merlin and the different magicians and the presto change your. That's what you thinking. But see, here's what law of attraction hears. When you say, I want to learn how to manifest from nothing, okay, well, we'll make sure that she has nothing. She won't have no choice but to manifest from nothing if we allow everything to be stripped from her. And she's going to really have to learn the lesson and really have to change her attitude around money and really have to understand all the universal laws so that she can actually learn how to change her vibration and become a for real alchemist magician and learn how to open the floodgates of abundance. I ain't realize I was asking all of that. Michelle, absolutely. And again, every time you see God in the scriptures, every time you see a capital G, God, in the scriptures, please replace it with the word Elohim or El Shaddai, because that's what it really should be. Elohim does not mean God. That's another way that they started us on the deception. They told us that that word means God. It does not. Zechariah Sitchin said he used to get in trouble in school all the time because he grew up, he knew how to read ancient Hebrew and Aramaic, and he could translate Anunnaki and Babylonian cuneiform or Sumerian cuneiform. And Elohim means powerful ones in the plural. It is not a singular term that says God singular. It is powerful ones in the plural. And El Shaddai is sons of the powerful ones in the plural. So, for example, with the first landing crew that came here, Enki, Enlil, Ninmah, Thoth, well, actually, Enki, Ninhursag or Ninmah, Isis, Enlil and Enki, and their wives, Ninlil and Damkina. Those would have been the first five Elohim that were here. Thoth is Enki's son, so he is El Shaddai. Marduk is is Enlil, Yahweh's son, so he is El Shaddai. So you say in the Bible, you said it says the Spirit of God led Yeshua for those 40 nights. Absolutely. But you also have to realize which one. Now, I already told us that Satan had followed him into the wilderness to taunt him and lead him astray. I think it's Mark that tells in when it gives the account of him let me look. Hold on. Let me look. But the other Elohim, Enki, the one who required the 40 days submission in the first place as far as this spiritual initiation and fasting period, because again, like I said, 40 is Enki's number, 50 is Yahweh's number, and 33 is Yeshua's number. But the one who's administering this initiation, of course he was with him during that time. But I'm just trying to see. Yeah, it says starting at Mark 1, starting in verse 9. In those days, Yeshua came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in the Jordan. And when he came up out of the water, immediately he saw the heavens being torn open and the Spirit descending on him like a dove. And a voice came from heaven, "You are my son, you are my beloved son. With you I am well pleased." The Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness, and he was in the wilderness 40 days, being tempted by Satan, and he was with the wild animals, and the angels were ministering to him. Yeah. And it's interesting, like I said, well, the angels, and again, I mean, I know Yahweh got his angels too. We call them demons. But when you look at the book of Enoch, it tells you that the primary Elohim or the primary angels, or because the word angel just means messenger. So the primary agents, if you will, of Enki are Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, Uriel, Phanuel, and truthfully, if you really look at it, at the end of the day, I really believe that Metatron and Sandalphon would have to be Enki's agents or angels, if you will, because Metatron and Sandalphon are the only two humans or beings. They weren't completely human. Both of them were hybrids. They were actually sons of Enki. If you actually go back and look at the lost book of Enki, so they were half human, half Anunnaki because they were not made in a petri dish. Enki did his fair share of mating with humans too. Sometimes it was done for genetic reasons to shore up our bloodline, but some of it was just because Papa was a rolling stone. Let's keep it real. Go back and read Genesis chapter 5. That is almost all of the names that are listed in Genesis chapter 5. Their human fathers are giving credit for having sired them. But if you go and read the Lost Book of Enki, they show up in that book too. They're not human. Those were Enki's boys. But Metatron and Sandalphon were Elijah and Enoch. Metatron is Enoch, Sandalphon was Elijah. And knowing how Yahweh hated humans, he would never, ever, ever have allowed them to ascend to such a lofty position. And he certainly wouldn't have used them to work for him as their loyal scribes and all that, because Metatron is the scribe of the Elohim. So you know good and full well that's one of Lord Enki's sons. Not he's not Team Yahweh at all. Yeah, I get it, Michelle. You can't find the lost in the light, and that's why I say a lot of folks their assignment is in the trenches for real. I get it. And like I said, but I'm 57 and I spent a whole lot of time in the trenches. So when I get to hang out on the middle ground, when I get it all the way together, I'll continue to teach. But I don't. I didn't contract to stay in the trenches forever because I'm tired. You know what I mean? And for those who are able to do it, that's cool. But yeah, I don't serve my time in the trenches. Lord knows I have. Yeah. You said karma is one of your best friends. I know. And truthfully, once you done got to the place where you done graduated the lessons and you in your dharma season, ain't no reason to fear karma. It really ain't. And honestly, Michelle, you can't really carry anybody. Like what they say, every tub stand on its own bottom. You don't have to carry nobody. All we can really do is put the choice. What's that scripture said? I put before you this day the blessing and the malediction. We put the choice before them. And then, just like Gandhi said, I bless those who bring me pain, for they are my teachers. We have to learn to bless our karmic teachers because they are high level soulmates. We may not want to hear it. And I don't mean because everybody thinks a soulmate is peace and light and lollipops and rainbows, and we're going to run off into a soulmate is just somebody who is, like I said, of the same spiritual lineage and agreed to come here and intersect with you at some point along this journey to interact some kind of a karmic lesson or benefic blessing one way or the other. They either came here to teach you a lesson or participate in a blessing with you. That's what a soulmate is. They having a divine appointment to intersect and interact with you on a joint project that y'all are going to do together. And very often, them karmic soulmates, they still soulmates. And here's the thing, very often, whether we don't see it now because of that wiping of the memory thing, but please understand that a lot of them karmic soulmates do have deep love for you. They agreed to come here and play the butthole this time in your karmic play. You may have been the butthole last time for them, for their soul growth, but this time they agreed to come here and be yours. And who knows, later on, after you two interact, they may get their act together and turn out and be wonderful. How many times you done heard about women, and sometimes men too, they've been through sucky relationship after sucky relationship after sucky relationship. The dudes are all basically just different shades of the same crayon box. Like I said, different faces, different places, but all kind of sort of the same thing. And then after they finally learn the lesson, especially with that last one, they may not know what happened to the rest of them. But the last one that they get with before things shift for them, look and see if that one, because that one probably is part of your extraction team. That's the one you really started learning the lessons with, and you graduated the lesson with that person. And when you done went on down about your business and went on down the road, Somewhere down the line, if you look up on Facebook or your mama-in-law turn around and call you or whatever, you're going to find out somewhere down the line, they got better too. They treated you like shit. And then after y'all broke up, they straightened their lives up, married somebody, and stayed with them for 35 years, had a beautiful life, all the things that you wish you could have had with them, but they didn't know how to give it to you because they was too busy learning from you. They sharpened their fang. Or basically, I ain't gonna say sharpen. Something at first they sharpened their claws on you, and then later on, their claws were removed by dealing with you. And then you actually help them level up to become a decent partner for somebody. Karmic soulmates at play. Don't think you the only one that ever benefits from a karmic lesson. You just don't see what happened because, like you say, after you got hurt, you went on about your business and graduated, which you're supposed to. You say you're going to bring the pillows for the lounge chairs on the beach. I know that's right, Patricia. And truthfully, but some folks really got that temperament. Like I said, some folks love being in the trenches. That's where they are. They shine. They love it. And some don't. And I did it and not complaining. But yeah, I didn't want a complete vacation this go around. But at the end of the ride, like I said, I wanted to be able to retire in comfort. And even then, I ain't truly retiring because I know my spiritual work will carry me all the way out of here. But I want to be more focused towards folks that are a little bit further along on their spiritual journey. I want to be part of the orientation crew for New Earth, that sort of thing, instead of still in the trenches with the ones that are just now awakening. Been there, done that. I don't want to stick around there for much longer. I'm ready to be up here. And honestly, I'm not there. Like I said, the collective I read for, the folks in the soul family here, they not new to this. Like they right. I mean, we all a little confused and we get a little battle worn and come in and spirit give you a little hug and a shot in the arm or sometimes some tough love and advice or whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely not. I'm able to serve a collective that is not newbies, and I'm grateful for that. Yeah, now you right about that. Your old work will creep up in your own life because here's the thing: unless you get a lobotomy, those residual lessons will continue to trigger you sometimes. Ain't nobody gonna be so spiritual that nothing that from their past can ever set them off. But here's the thing: when you do approach something like that that gets to you or takes you back to an uncomfortable place, it's so uncomfortable now because it's so dramatically different vibrationally than where you are now. You cannot remain there long. That's why a lot of those people from your past don't fit in your life no more because they're gonna look you up and you gonna get crazy enough to answer a phone call and you gonna because you want it to be different. You really, really want to find out if things are different now and kumbaya, hug a tree, you want to forgive and forget and blah 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 blah. And about 5 minutes into the conversation, you know this was a huge mistake. They still stuck on stupid, and you just wish them well and dismiss them with love and go on about your business and continue loving them from way across town somewhere because you don't have a tolerance for that kind of stuff no more. And it's interesting, like I said, even if you're working in the trenches still, you can deal with other people's nonsense from the outside of your life, but you cannot have it. You can't work in that all day and come home to it too. It's like a nurse or a doctor. You might stand in there in the hospital and you working them 12-hour shifts. You done did 3 12s back to back and blah, blah, blah. And you kept going and you a trooper and all of that. But on your day off, bet not nobody not bring you now none of that. You want peace and quiet in your house. You have to have it so that you can recharge and get back in the trenches when you come off of your days off. Hey, Cindy Borders, welcome. Hey, Antoine, welcome in, welcome in. You said calls to like my art aligns magnetism, inspired action, movement, divine talent, segment flows, second flows. Transmutation of energy, spirit reshaped form, Kipuru. Oh, okay, you in the Egyptian stuff, man. Yeah. Kalina Emrys, exactly. And it honestly, here's the thing, Kalina. Enlil did not want us eating from the tree of life because we are gods like them. We got their literal DNA in us, not Enlil's because he didn't contribute none, but we bear Lord Enki and Ninmah and Thoth's DNA all up in us, all over the place. And others too. At the time, like I said, Marduk took Sarpanet as a wife, and the Watchers. Well, that didn't go so well with the Watchers, but all around the planet, every single cultural people on this planet tell a story of the star people being their ancestral lineage from the star people. Every single one of them. Too many of them for us to continue buying the lie that that isn't the truth. That's the part that gets me. Everybody else say it's something completely different. But Christians pop up and tell you, no, 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 that ain't the way it is. This is the way it went down. And then the whole world accept that. Why? Because, about 1,500 years ago, everybody ran through here with spears and weapons on horseback and whatever. And they ran around the planet and forced people to accept it then. And I can't even, hold on a second, please. I can't blame our forefathers for accepting it because they quite literally would ride up into a village and say, accept this or be unalived. And the first ones to go would be the priests and the rulers. So it was a dual mission, a land grab and an installation of their Yahwistic religion. So in order to stay alive, a lot of people accepted that because here's the thing, when they did that, at the time they did it, less than 10% of the population of the world could read any language. So they didn't know whether it was true or not. They couldn't read the text for themselves to see how bloodthirsty and nasty Yahweh was. The only ones that was allowed to even have these sacred texts was the church hierarchy. And you think about it, by the time you got down past the bishop and the archbishop, by the time you get down to an archdeacon, anything lower than an archdeacon may or may not have even been able to read themselves back then. That's one of the reasons why it fractured so many times. In the United States, like I said, there are 45,000 divisions of Christianity alone in the US. And the vast majority of churches that you walk into in the US, the preacher or the pastor is not a seminary trained official. Especially if you get down into the Bible Belt and them little country backwater towns and stuff, it's somebody whose grandmama took him down to the revival when he was a little kid and he had a feeling in his heart and he went and got him a Bible when he found out the preachers made good money or whatever. And I'm not saying they're not sincere people, but they have a very elementary, rudimentary understanding even of the religion they profess. So they can only teach what they know. They're continuing to perpetuate ignorance. Hey, Ali Ali from France, welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, that don't let them eat from the tree. They said that that was literally a tree that they imported from Nibiru that extended their lifespans, and because half of our DNA was their DNA, it would have extended ours too. You went all the way to the threshing floor and got planted. Ooh, child. Said good times create weak men create hard times create strong men. Okay, and that's what they try to tell us, and that may be true to a degree. But what we living in right now don't have nothing to do with good times, because truthfully, that's a faulty reasoning. That's basically saying we can never have peace because humans won't allow it because we'll become weak. What you don't need to be weak unless you got a middle unless or until you are in the middle of a bunch of violent bloodthirsty folks that'll take advantage of you because you're weak. That's not what Enki said he was going to outline for us at the end of the book. Yeshua said it was the meek that would inherit the earth and they would reside forever upon it. We don't have to be strong for that because, and I get it. I mean, I'm not, that statement, I've heard it many, many times, and in our current situation, it may very well be true. But when you start looking at the fulfillment of prophecy and what Yeshua said versus what is happening, we are in Revelation now. And in that book, it says that when all of this stuff really gets to brewing and boiling up here, and that we call it Armageddon because of the scriptures call it that, but truthfully, I would challenge folks that are listening to this to think of Armageddon as the final battle in the Anunnaki wars, because the Anunnaki wars have been going on for hundreds of thousands of years on this planet. Okay. And according to Revelation, if you take the religion piece out of it and just read that book for what it is, it tells you that when things hit a critical mass on this planet, the disease and the greed and the politics and the all the rest of that stuff that's going on, that a team is going to come through here, a spiritual team headed up by Yeshua and Michael, and who, like I said, where you see Michael, you're going to see Raphael and Gabriel as well. They are part of the A team for you, Lord Enki. Yeshua promised us he was not going to leave us as orphans. He was going to send Holy Spirit as a helper for us. But by the time, the entire book of Revelation is a vision that was given to Yeshua's cousin John to foreshadow what was going to be coming in a future time. It was a dream. And he said in that dream that when, like I say, when the fat lady get ready to sing, basically, when the earth then got as bad as, it would be allowed to rock out for a time because Yahweh, Satan, the devil, they don't call him Yahweh there, they call him Satan. But again, remember, according to the Anunnaki text, Satan of Eden is Yahweh. So therefore, Satan is Yahweh. But according to Revelation, all of those different things, it goes through all the different world powers, and the preachers get all hung up on the symbology in the first few chapters, and the first 15 or so chapters of it. But when it finishes out with through the symbology and who means what, blah blah blah, I'm not getting all into that. It comes down to the fact that Yeshua and Michael are heading up this wrecking crew, basically rounded up by the four horsemen, and they're going to ride through and do a great purging. And who and what are they purging? Satan and his minions, the dirty political systems, the military forces, the nasty political alliances, and all of those adulterous religions that was told by Yeshua that they should not be in bed with the political systems of the world, but they've been steadily doing so anyway. He calls them Babylon the great harlot. And in that book, it says that all of those systems are going to be done away with because they all followed Satan, whether they intended to or not, whether they thought they were or not, especially Babylon the Great. That's one of the reasons Yeshua told them, in that day, many will come to me saying, Lord, Lord, didn't we preach in your name? And didn't we prophesy in your name? And didn't we expel demons in your name and perform many powerful works in your name? And yet I will say to them, I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of evil. And then in that book, in Revelation 3, wait a minute, I can't remember. I can't quote it. Hold on. Because when he finishes lining it up here in 3:12, he said, the one who conquers, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God, or my Elohim. Never shall he go out of it, and I will write on him the name of my Elohim and the name of the city of my Elohim, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my Elohim out of heaven, and my own new name. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. And then when you get over here to Revelation 21, like I said, 17, 18, 19, the riders done came through, the pale horse, the white, all of them done came through and did what they had to do. They said a third of the population of the earth was going to be decimated because they just would not get it right. They were still on their demon time and they're going to go down. Does not say they're going to hell. It does not. It says that they're going to be destroyed. It said that the blood would run however many furlongs high in the streets because they refuse to turn loose from worshiping Satan. They're going to be clutching their Bibles and they Qurans and their Talmuds and they all of that, and they're going down. And then the one who misled them, Satan, it says in chapter 20 that he would be bound for 1,000 years. I believe that binding has already happened. And then it said that it would be sealed over him so he might not deceive the nations until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be released for a little while. It was super quiet on this planet, religiously, politically, militarily, and everything else for a long time after, truthfully, from about 7, 8, 900 AD or so, somewhere in there. It stayed pretty quiet on the planet for a while. And then started really kind of kicking up again when we started moving into like the 1500s when they call the Renaissance period. Not only did art and music and philosophy and all of that stuff get busy, but the planet became more religiously and politically active again too. And it said that he would be, after the 1,000 years were ended, Satan will be released from his prison, will come out to deceive the nations that are at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them for battle. Their number is like the sand of the sea. That is Revelation 20, verse 7 and 8. Now, if the 1,000 years have already passed and if he had already been released, he said he will come out to deceive the nations that are at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog. If 75% of the planet is worshiping Yahweh in one form or the other, does that not cover basically the four corners of the earth? Their number is like the sand of the sea. We got 8 billion people on this planet now. Is that not a number that's likened to the sand numbers of sand of the sea? And it said they marched up over the broad plain of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints in the beloved city, and fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur where the beast and the false prophet were, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. That's the scripture that they use to try to make people afraid of going to hell. But did you not notice it did not say nothing about tormenting humans forever and ever? The ones who had allowed themselves to align themselves with the devil, it says that fire came down from heaven and consumed them. Just like when Yahweh rained fire from heaven and consumed Aaron's sons. We talked about that on a couple of live streams ago after they did all of the sacrificing and all that, and all of that blood they splashed in the temple, and they came through with the incense after it was over to help clear the air, and he was so enraged that he turned around and unalived them. He struck them down by fire right in front of their daddy. So guess what? You can't say that the other Elohim or Yeshua would be cruel for doing that to them because they worshipers of Yahweh. They didn't mind when other folks got it done to them. That's the same fitting kind of punishment that will happen, but they're not going to be burnt forever. They'll just be unalive. And then the devil, Yahweh, the one who deceived them, was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur. And if you go back to the book of Enoch, in one of the realms of heaven, there is a realm that is specifically designed for the imprisonment and torture of the watchers and those spiritual beings who knew better and who brought black magic, darkness, and evil to earth, according to Enoch. Then in chapter 11, it says, I saw a great white throne and him who was seated on it. From his presence, the earth and sky fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, great and small, standing before the throne, and books were opened. Then another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged by what was written in the books according to what they had done. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it. Death and Hades gave up the dead who were in them, and they judged each one of them according to what they had done. Then death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death, the lake of fire. So how humans going to be burnt up in death and hell when hell is thrown into the lake of fire as well? The Bible does not teach burning hell, folks. So y'all get that. Whether you agree with what I'm saying or not, at least take comfort in that. Regardless of what they tell you, you're not going to hell. The only ones that's going to hell is the spiritual beings who brought this whole system of lying and subterfuge to this planet. If anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. And again, he said that the ones that the book of life was there, the dead that they were there that was judged according to what they had done. The sea, those who died by the sea, their name was in the book of life as well. So the ones whose name ain't found in the book of life would have to be Satan and his minions. Because even the humans, it said that the humans would be judged and kind of sorted by what they had done. I guess some may need a little rehabilitation, but if they're able to maintain life here, it would either be a situation where they would be destroyed. If they absolutely continue to cling to Yahweh, they'll be destroyed. But they wouldn't. There's nothing in this book that says that they will be tortured forever and ever. But now let's go back to the scripture that started all of this, 3:12 in Revelation. The one who conquers, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my Elohim. Never shall he go out of it, and I will write on him the name of my Elohim and the name of the city of my Elohim, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my Elohim out of heaven, and my own new name. Now, let's get to Revelation 21. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from the Elohim, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of the Elohim is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and the Elohim himself will be with them as their Elohim. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death will be no more, neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away. And he who was seated on the throne said, Behold, I am making all things new. Also he said, Write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true. And to me, he said, It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty, I will give from the spring of the water of life without payment. The one who conquers will have this heritage, and I will be his Elohim, and he will be my son. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the detestable, as for the murderers, the sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their portion will be in the lake that burns with the fire and sulfur, which is the second death. And then when we get all the way over here to 22 of Revelation, verse 16, he says, I, oh, wait a minute. I'm going to back up a little bit. Hold on. And I'm going to go back to 22:6. Wait a minute. Oh, Lord, I done missed a lot of script. Let me catch up on these notes. Hey, Siggy. Child, like I say, ignore them. They don't know no better. He'll be all right, though. And Kalina, that's exactly why I come here and teach the way I do, because that whole idea of the exclusion or whatever, again, that's a Yahweh principle. And it's time for that to be debunked. Hey, Anna Kay. Yep, the apostles were Jewish. But there's a difference. People don't understand saying that they were Jewish is like saying that somebody's American. There Yeshua was Jewish by birth, but he was not Jewish by religious faith. He was an Edomite by birth and an Essene by faith. Vastly different from the Judaism that Jacob and his crew did. The Edomites were separated from the Jews. They did not worship Yahweh at all. Fact of the matter, the Edomites came from Esau. If you look in the scriptures, it said the story of Esau and Jacob said, in the scriptures say, Yahweh said, Esau have I hated, Jacob have I loved. Esau, he hated Esau because Esau wasn't bowing and scraping and wasn't following Yahweh's ways. So just saying that somebody was Jewish, that's another deception, or the part that most people don't understand, that allows them to push this whole ideology forth the way that they've done. They felt like just because they said that Jesus was a Jew, therefore Jesus must be rocking with the Jews, and Jesus was repping the same God as the Jews. The devil is a liar. All the Jews didn't worship Yahweh. Some of them still worship Asherah. Some of them still worship Nanarsin. Some of them still worship, well, like I said, Baal got absorbed into Yahweh as well. But yeah, and even the Jews themselves that had been worshiping Yahweh, at one point, Yahweh did them so nasty till we read in Amos and Obadiah. Yeah, by the time we got through with Amos and the first part of Obadiah, he treated the nation of Israel so nasty till they stopped worshiping him altogether and put the Asherah poles back up everywhere. The end of Second Kings said they were everywhere, and Yahweh was pissed. Siggy, not only was his yes, absolutely. Yeshua was trying to, he wasn't just, not only was he not trying to help us, he was telling the Jews straight up that they were worshiping the wrong Elohim. The Elohim that sent him was not Yahweh, not the God of the Bible. The Elohim that sent him was Lord Enki, Yahweh's brother. And they are as different as dark and day. Lord Enki is about love and cooperation and teaching us wisdom. Everything good that we have on this planet came from Lord Enki. He was the one who laid down our systems of astronomy and astrology. He created the first mystery schools. He's the one that gave us philosophy, agriculture, farm, even like the modification of the crops and stuff. He's the one that laid out the mapped out the oceans. He taught us like music, art, history, all of it. All of that came from Lord Enki. It did not come from Yahweh. So he was absolutely telling the Jews that they were worshiping the wrong Elohim and trying to help them get back on the right path. And they hated him so much for trying to tell them the truth that they had him unalived. They kind of sort of knew he might be the Messiah, but they still didn't want to hear his message. So, but because they knew he was the Messiah, or the real good chance that he was the Messiah, the one that had been prophesied that was coming, instead of them unaliving him, they delivered him up to the Romans. And you might not have been in the room when I said that. That's what put me down this particular spiritual rabbit hole. Was a couple of years ago in meditation. I kept hearing they delivered him up to the Romans. They delivered him up to the Romans. And I just kept hearing that until I literally went and bought another Bible to go back into the Gospels to read them, to see the context of what they were talking about. And I was like, who was they? Who delivered him to the Romans? Oh shit, the Jews actually are the ones that delivered him to the Romans. And then the Romans are the ones who turned around and unalived him. But it's the same Romans that turned around at the first council of Nicaea and created this religion called Christianity, and then put him in the middle of that story by spinning a lie around him. They turned his story into mythos and put it in this book and sold it to us like it was the everlasting only truth. And it's not. If it really was the real unadulterated story of Yeshua and it was the only truth, why did they wait 300 years to put it into a book and then turn and to give it to us as a religion? Literally 295 years after Yeshua was gone, supposedly at their hand. Now, there's a lot of folks that understand he did not die during the so-called crucifixion. There are folks that understand that he was most likely went back into India, and some said that he lived to be 80 years of age or better. Okay. But even if we deal with the so-called he died at 33 story, Christianity didn't become a thing until 325 AD. 300 years after they did all of this. And that's basically Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Those gospels were written between 60 AD and 110 AD. You walked with the greatest man that's ever walked on the face of this earth, the savior of humanity, let y'all tell it, God incarnate in the flesh. And didn't nobody think to write nothing down, take no notes or nothing else till 100 years after y'all killed him? Get out of here with that. Hey, Scan by Lauren, welcome, welcome. And Patricia, I definitely appreciate that confirmation too, because honestly, when I first started, you say you studying the right information because you're in such an agreement with me. Your spirit will know the truth. Like I say, you'll know the truth, and the truth will set you free. They put that in that book for a reason too. You say you like to think of the Yahweh Satan as analogous to the concept of Maya illusion in Hinduism. Uh, it's a little there. I'm trying to think. In Hinduism, Yahweh is. Wait a minute. Enki is Shiva. Yeshua is Krishna, I think. I'm trying to remember who Yahweh is in Hinduism. But yeah, kind of, sort of. But only difference is Satan is a real, live, breathing entity. He's not imaginary. He's not a spirit being disembodied. He's a real entity, and he is evil. He is violent. He is bloodthirsty, and he has deliberately led humanity lost. Siggy, they'll get a chance to see truth if they choose to. That's why we're people like me and others like me are all over the place beginning to speak on this now to help people wake up out of the matrix. Here's a couple different things happening from the even from the non-religious aspect of it. Folks can acknowledge the fact that we're undergoing timeline shifts and paradigm shifts here because as Gaia, people have been saying that Gaia is transforming, she's ascending as well from the 3D to the 5D. And what that means is those whose consciousness, who wake up in the matrix, whose consciousness is beginning to expand and extend, who can accept the truth and they can come out of that, can turn off their worship gene and put down the violence and the political stuff and all the rest of that stuff, put aside racism and all of those other good things. There will come a point in time as those timelines are continuing. For a while, the timelines were converging. Now the timelines are diverging, and it's going to get such a gap between 3D and 4D, 5D that at some point down the line, after a while, they won't be able to make the jump anymore. So those who can still make the jump are very much being encouraged to do so. Those who cannot will eventually be recycled back into the 3D matrix, and that 3D paradigm will reset like it has done. This is like the third or fourth reset that this earth will have undergone, but they will have another great forgetting and they'll be stuck in another 2,680 years of 3D consciousness. It'll be reset. according to the ancient information, you know. So it would behoove as many of us who can ascend, awaken, and ascend to do so. We really don't want to do that. But I mean, again, and it's not even a punishment thing. It's not like a dying and burning and going to hell. And that's, like I said, that's a fear matrix that was given by Yahweh and his minions. It's not like that. But if we're going to awaken and ascend as individuals, we got to realize when we became sentient beings, we didn't just receive souls, we became souls as well. But in order to continue to ascend, you have to make progress. You can't just keep churning and burning that thing over and over again. And Yahweh had us on that platform because now that they're trapped off in this dimension, because they stayed here too long and couldn't go back, and that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But those non-physical, those entities feed off that negative energy. But we do have the ability to escape that by our minds. And again, go back and look at the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. That's why Thoth said he wanted to keep coming back to the children of Kim, why he wanted to come back to the sons of men, to stay with them until he helped them through their ascension as well, so that they could escape the cycle of repeating darkness. That's why Yeshua was here, so that whosoever believe like him might not perish, but gain eternal life. The only way to gain eternal life is through spiritual ascension, to graduate these lessons and ascend, ascend, ascend till we get to the point that we're comfortable with that in our 3D, and then continue in our mind to ascend until we get comfortable navigating the astral plane, and then ascend out further into the cosmos through our mental space until eventually, through our spiritual ascension, we transcend the need to recycle through the death cycle. You say you believe Nebuchadnezzar's vision just comes true back in June, where the foundation stone was cut out of the giant. It continues to grow into a big mountain, crushing everything else. I have so many short reels to drop the past. Oh, shoot. Sarah, thank you for letting me know. Maybe they lifted my ban, because I haven't done any short reels in weeks, but I will start doing some. Basically, they give us a short reel whenever I do a live stream. It will go ahead and do an automatic reel, and I'll make it public if it's something that I can publish. But I will continue to put the reels out there, because if they're putting it out there like that again, maybe, because for a while, yeah, I was off to the races, and everything was great, and it was getting out there, and I was, every time I would do a live stream, I'd have like 15, 20,000 sets of eyeballs that was on it, and I wound up with 100 new subscribers and this, that, and then you see what the numbers are like now, 15, 16 people at a time. So, oh, good night, Patricia. I'm glad that you joined us. Thank you, and I hope you'll subscribe and join us again. You said you can't imagine anyone clinging to Yahweh when they can see the stark difference between him and spirit. That's just it, Siggy. They're so blind they can't see it. My whole family is still caught up in that. Most of the world is. Like I say, every time I come into a live stream, I got people coming in here telling me about how wrong I am, and Jesus loves me, and I need to return to God, and blah 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 blippity. Because if you keep scrolling long enough in the live streams, you're gonna find several of those like religious fanatics or whatever that's still pushing Christianity, still pushing Islam, still pushing Judaism. They all up in here too. And that's the reason why people like me, and and I'm not saying it ain't just me, it's plenty of folks on around it are talking about the things that I'm talking about. But we have to speak too, because they're gonna continue to propagandize Yahweh mess. Why shouldn't somebody speak up for Lord Enki and Yeshua? The part that irritates me is that the ones that repping Yahweh still keep flinging Jesus' name around, but Jesus ain't got not a nickel in the quarter of Christianity. He really don't. Christianity ain't got zero to do with Jesus Christ, other than the fact that they the ones that killed him. And don't you, here's the part that I don't understand why they don't see, Siggy, is because the they're so caught up in their religious fanaticism that they honestly don't, they forgot about the part in Deuteronomy where it said any man hung from a tree is cursed. That's number one. But then they turn around and celebrate his death every year. They wear the image of him splayed out on that cross, sometimes with the crown and all broken and bloody looking, gaunt looking, everything else. They wear that. They wear the murder weapon around their neck with him still hung on it. They slap the image on their cars, on their churches, on top of these religious places, all the rest of that. Like that's a beautiful thing to be celebrating that, because Paul told them it was a good thing that he was willing to wear that curse for us. They ain't using their critical thinking like, why in the world would a perfect God need to make his son die to cover up his faulty creation? Your creation messed up and you gonna unalive your son to supposedly buy back? Buy back from what, to who, and for why? You supposed to be the Alpha and the Omega. Why does somebody have to pay you back for a perfect life lost when you control all the lives, perfect and imperfect? Is your creation. You the Alpha and the Omega. You should have seen that they was gonna mess up. That's what you should have been able to see. You down there having Moses throw sticks on the ground and turn them into snakes and stuff, and then talking about ain't nobody supposed to be doing sorcery. That's the most sorcery I ever heard tell of. They want to criticize me for shuffling some tarot cards. And this fool was down there throwing sticks on the ground, turning it into snakes that turned around and ate other sticks that turned into snakes. High sorcery. Ooh, my nose is itching. Thoth was the god of writing. Yeah, but Thoth is Lord Enki's son. They was on the same team. In the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, when it says that he goes down to visit the dweller in his Iguanti, the dweller is Lord Enki in his spiritual title. When he is in the Iguanti or in his stasis position, his spiritual name is the dweller. Shawanda Sharei, Shiva is Lord Enki in the Hindu. Hey, Adubius, how are you? Haven't seen you in a minute. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Lord Kelvin, everything is good tonight. Hey, Burdette Thompson. They say you broke out of the matrix and you're grateful. Yeah, don't go back to sleep though, like they say. Don't you dare do it. But once you awaken, there's still plenty to do. That's the part people don't realize. It's fine, and it's there's layers to it. I'm not saying you're behind or nothing, because trust me, I woke up, the literally the movie The Matrix really like shifted my whole perspective on things. And that was what, back in 1999. It wasn't until 2007 that I started having like my first clairaudient experiences. And I was so angry with religion. I had kind of stepped aside from religion and religious study and all the rest of that. I was just making a train wreck out of my life at that point and trying to raise my babies as a single parent and all the rest of that. It really wasn't until, well, I kind of had sort of a spontaneous, well, it wasn't entirely spontaneous, but a kind of sort of Kundalini awakening around 2011 or 12. And that's when I realized I was a star seed, even though I didn't fully understand what that meant entirely. Um, and then around 2015 was when I really think that I started making progress, because I had gotten so fed up with the results of my poor choices and how it was playing out in the relationship spectrum, that I decided to just put a pin in it for a while, and I chose celibacy or abstinence, whichever you want to call it. Some people argue what, because I do have children, but I just went into a long period of celibacy. And then by 2016, I decided to start like a serious meditation practice. By 2017, I knew I was undergoing some kind of transformation, and life has never been the same. I mean, it still ain't been easy. Like I said, it's layers to this. Everybody, some people have an instant awakening and they got all the answers and they go and become a guru and make millions of dollars or whatever. Yay, them. It ain't worked like that for me, and I don't think it works like that for a lot of folks. My spiritual awakening has been a 15-year journey, literally. Anu is Brahma, you said? Okay. Enki is Shiva. Vishnu, okay, is okay, so Vishnu is Enlil, okay. Hey Sage, welcome, welcome. Oh, you in and out real quick? All right, no worries. Let me see if I can find it, Siggy. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see. Hold on, hold on. I think it's Deuteronomy. It might be Daniel, but we finna find out, shall we? I got time today. Bear with me. Deuteronomy 21. Deuteronomy 21. Hold on. And if a man, or 22, I think, yeah. And if a man has come, is chapter, I'm sorry, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 22. And if a man has committed a crime punishable by death, and he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night on the tree, but you shall bury him the same day, for a hanged man is cursed by God. You shall not defile your land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance. So not only is he cursed, but if you leave him on the tree overnight, your land is even cursed. And then Paul, hold on. I think it was Galatians 3:13, I think it is. Hold on. Now, again, I'll read from the New Testament, but please understand, I understand that the New Testament really, these are the works of the apostate Paul, the Antichrist, in my opinion. But we going to, again, because it's a Luciferian religion, they have to give you the truth, even if they hide it in plain sight. So even the parts of the text that I know are not genuinely here for our good still have good information in them. Um, I'm sorry, Galatians 3:13. Christ, supposedly, Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone who is hanged on a tree, so that in Christ Jesus the blessing of Abraham might come to the Gentiles, so that we might receive the promised Spirit through faith. Now, this is a load of hogwash right here. Right here, indeed, indeed. Because first off, Paul don't have the authority to declare anybody to have redeemed us from the curse of the law by because of the fact that they died. Yahweh never released nobody from the law. And how in the world would Yeshua, who did not worship Yahweh, who told the Jews not to worship Yahweh, whom Yahweh hated so much that he followed him into the desert during his initiatory fast to taunt him as Satan the devil, how in the world would Paul think for 1 second that he could turn around and say that Yeshua's death erase the Mosaic law on our behalf? He don't have that kind of juice. Yahweh told the nation of Israel that there were certain things that they were supposed to do forever. And right there at the beginning of the Ten Commandments, it says, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. But it also says, thou shalt keep my holy days unto me holy. Yeshua may have absolved the bulk of the law, but the Ten Commandments was literally nailed to that tree that they hung him on. He could not absolve nobody from that. So for Paul to come along and tell the Christians that because of Yeshua, they no longer have to keep the law, he set every Christian up for failure. If they call themselves worshiping Yahweh, They are least favored in Yah. You see how exacting he was? He killed Aaron's sons for daring to light incense when he didn't tell them to. Do you really think that he would be pleased with the Christians deciding that they didn't need to keep the Sabbaths no more? When he literally sat there and said, "You will keep my holy days unto me holy." But instead, they created a bunch of holy days that was tied up around a bunch of other Elohim. Now, he done told them he was a jealous God. So why would you have December 25th, the Saturnalia, December 14th, the Lupercalia, Advent and the Easter story, a festival to Diana and Ostara, Halloween, the Day of the Dead? Every single one of those gives honor to another so-called pagan Elohim, laced right into their religion. When Yahweh done told you, keep my holy days unto me holy. But Christians really think that they got the favor of Yahweh. Okay, they better hope it. They better be glad it ain't no burning hell, because they will be going there right there just for that. Yahweh don't play the radio. Look at the stories in the Bible. He does not play. He was going to kill the entire nation of Israel for daring to make that calf when they was at the foot of Mount Sinai waiting to receive the law. They hadn't even been worshiping him long enough to get the Mosaic law yet and the 10 commandments. And because he broke it, they broke it before he even gave it to them. He said he was going to destroy all of them right there at the foot of the mountain. The only reason they didn't die entirely right then was because Joshua and the Levitical priests decided to unalive 3,000 of the nation of Israel that night to appease that bloodthirsty God that they had signed on to worship. So if Christians really think that Yahweh is cool with them not keeping his Sabbath days, they out their minds. And they better be real grateful there's not really a such thing as a burning hell, because every single one of them will be headed to it. Every one of them. Because they don't keep the Sabbath anymore. Shabbat is on Saturday. But Emperor Nero turned around and moved Shabbat to Sabbath to Sunday, so he could gain worship for himself, and Christians rocked out with it. And most Christians don't even keep a Sabbath. They just turned it into a worship day. He didn't tell them to do that. Yahweh told the Jews that they were to keep Passover forever. And instead, what do they do around the time of the Passover? They told us that Easter story, and they commemorate that blood ritual curse that they did by reenacting the Last Supper and saying that Yahweh created a new covenant for them. Drink of my blood and eat of my flesh. That in and of itself is a bunch of pagan bloodthirsty nonsense. That's black magic. You're reenacting a cannibalistic, carnistic ritual. Carnism is a tenet of the Church of Satan, if y'all didn't know. But this is what Christians turn around and reenact with the Easter story, and the good Catholics do it every week if they get a chance to. Drink the wine, eat the wafers, so that they can keep that curse, that black magic binding spell ritual going over the bloodline of Yeshua forever. That's why they do it, but y'all don't know what you're participating in, because you just do what the preachers and the pastors tell you without doing your homework to find out where it came from. But the fact that they reenact that every time you reenact the eating of the flesh and the drinking of the wine that represents his blood, you're reenacting a binding spell over the bloodline of Yeshua, celebrating the curse that was placed on his line when they hung him from that tree. People don't know what they're doing. And then the part that really, really gets me in all of that, they turn around and paint it like that's supposed to be a good thing. Oh, and not only do they reenact the binding spell, but they still ain't keeping the Passover. Yahweh told them you must keep the Passover. And Easter is around the time of the Passover, but around don't cut it. It would have to be done on Nisan 14th of every year. And the Passover is a 7-day ritual. It starts out on the eve on sundown of Nisan 14. Even the Jehovah's Witnesses got this wrong because they do a memorial representing eating, drinking the flesh, drinking the blood, and eating the flesh. And they keep it on Nisan 14th, but it's a 1-day ritual. Passover was a week-long ceremony. It started on the evening of Nisan 14th, and in order to keep Passover properly, you have to sacrifice a yearling goat or ram with no blemishes. Serve it with bitter greens, and no leaven can be found in your house at all for 7 whole days. So you will be making the unleavened cakes and serving it with the bitter greens and the yearling goat or lamb, and the blood of that lamb must be spread on the doorpost to mark the time that, that the angel of death passed over everyone in Egypt. But it still has to be done that way. And you have to dress ready to roll with your sandals on as if you were ready to make a hasty exit. And that entire goat or lamb must be consumed by that family that night. No leftovers. And then for the next 7 days, you still have to consume unleavened bread. That is the Passover, and nobody does it. So, how they think they in God's good graces is beyond me. Absolutely, Shawanda. Critical thinking is essential. Hey, Legionario Person, welcome. Hey, Julie, welcome. Hey, Raquel, welcome, welcome. You say you don't read books, Environment? Well, a lot depends on the books now. A lot of the stuff, a lot of the conjecture, I agree with that. I don't read a whole lot of them, but you know the books that I started really getting interested in that helped me learn some of this stuff? The so-called New Age material that started popping out on this planet right around 1910, 15 or so, between 1910, 1935-ish. All of them, the Edgar Cayce's, the Helena Blavatskys, the Rudolf Steiner, and all of that crew. They had, like I said, the Holy Spirit was active. A whole lot of religions was popping out on the planet during that time when Yeshua came. They say he came into the tabernacle for the investigative judgment. That's how the Millerites and I think the witnesses and the Seventh Day Adventists might have put it that way. Now I don't know about in the inner room in the tabernacle and the investigative judgment and all of that, but it became very evident to me when I look back through history that something happened between 1850 and 1950 that had not happened before. It was very evident to me that Holy Spirit was indeed active on the planet. Very likely Yeshua was back. Not physically. Why would he come back physically? All they do is try to unalive him again, you know? They hate him just as much now as they did then. But he's far more effective coming to those with open minds and hearts that were beginning to come online. All these starseed babies that was being born on the planet starting in the mid 50s. He was way more effective working with them telepathically, guiding and directing their thoughts and whatnot. Him and Thoth been on it. You hear what I say? On it, on it. Thoth's been with me since I was a child. I was fascinated with him even as a child, even in a household where I was taught to be very much afraid of everything that wasn't Yahweh. I was still fascinated with Egyptians art because I remember that was, I think when I was a kid, that was during the time when the King Tut um, exhibition was touring the Americas and blah blah blah, all of that. But my parents loved learning, and they were good enough to have allowed they kept like National Geographic and Time magazine and Life and magazines like that in the house, so I'm grateful to that. I did get an opportunity to learn a few things. Hold on, I'm trying to put my whew, sorry, there we go. Hey, the Real Basket Boutique. I'm trying to tell you, stick around, honey. All you got to do is subscribe to the channel. I'm gonna get back on it. I had to take some time off for my own spiritual self care, if you will, and some physical self care as well. But I'm gonna get back into some deeper research topics and start uploading actual informations. And I mean, I'll still do the live streams, but they probably will start getting shorter. And I'm gonna have to cut it down to like 2 nights a week on here and 2 nights a week for tarot, because I'm gonna start moving into the TikTok space for a little while as well. So, but I will be uploading more to the channel. Shawanda Sheree, I would highly encourage you to read it again. This is like my fourth time going through the Emerald Tablets, and I got so much more out of it than I did the first 3 times. Read it again. You said, can I share a clairaudient experience with you, please? I surely can. Bear with me just a moment, Antoine. I want to make sure I'm basically caught up. King David, I am. I'm having a wonderful night. Well, is Shawanda help us? What about thou shalt not kill? Again, K Mars, don't you think that's a little bit ironic for one of the bloodthirstiest gods that's ever walked on the planet to tell people they shall not kill? But it's all right, thou shalt not. First off, it's a contradiction, because the scriptures say thou shalt not kill, but then he turned around in the Mosaic law and literally told them that they could basically kill and plunder the enemies around them at will. He took out whole cities of people for them and had them do the same. They wasn't always hands off. The Jews, and that's part of the thing. They run around to, oh, they so persecuted, because they've been showing their ass and acting a fool the whole time. They were liars. Even Yahweh was upset too with the way that they do business and commerce. They were slick, shisty business people. He said that right there in the scriptures, and he didn't like that. He didn't like that about them. But they was told about how they could go in, that they couldn't make slaves out of each other, but they could enslave the folks in the areas around them or anybody that they were at war with. They would go in and take out all the men in an area, and then the women and children could be made slaves out of, all of that. So that thou shalt not kill don't mean a hill of beans, because it comes from a lion ass. That part. Now, we shouldn't kill. And under the new Elohim, we won't have no need to if we genuinely have peace. But they say thou shalt not kill, but who kills more people on this planet than folks that practice the Abrahamic religions? Because here, like Paul Wallace said, worshiping a monster makes monsters out of us. Muslims worship him. They don't mind killing other people and themselves. The Jews worship him. They damn sure don't mind killing other people and themselves. And Christians are the bloodthirstiest ones of all. They roam around putting their nose in everybody else's business, coming to save the day and pick up arms and unalive other people. Minded, they done made themselves the mercenaries of the world so that they could attain power. So thou shalt not kill applies to all of the folks that worship the Abrahamic religions, and none of them are living by it. Whereas in the other little corner of the world, that other 25% that ain't fooling with that, the Buddhists, the Taoists, the Jainists, the Sikhs, the Hindus, they ain't killing nobody, not really. And when they do get a situation where individuals turn around and commit violence against each other, they mete out fair and swift judgment. That eye for an eye judgment that the scriptures talk about, that Yahweh endorsed, oh, they believe in that. You don't get to stick around and just create havoc and become a mass serial nothing on that regard. You act up over in those countries under those belief systems, and you get dealt with quickly. Hey, P. Vader. Welcome, welcome. Shabbat Shalom. Yep, Shalom Shabbat. The ending chapters came to life when you read them. When you went to sleep, you traveled to those places. Yeah, trying to tell you. Now, Antoine, back to a clairaudient experience. Okay. Okay. Well, I won't. Yeah, the ones with my very first one that I'm aware of happened in 2007. That was the year I received my spiritual name, which is Ananya Ngozi. It means unique blessings. I just don't use it, because I'm actually merging with my inner being. And actually, my parents chose pretty well. My name, my birth name they gave me was is Teresa Priscilla, which means ancient harvester. So either way, I don't really feel a need to use Ananya and explain that to everybody anymore. But in 2007, I was dating this older man who happened to be Seventh Day Adventist for a little while, and I went to a revival meeting that they were having. And during that revival meeting, I remember getting so upset because my knees are bad. Even back then, they was bad, and they kept Seventh Day Adventists when they pray a lot during their meetings, and I wasn't used to that. As a Jehovah's Witness, they pray at the beginning of the thing of the service, and then they pray at the end of the service. They have a little intermission with a song and whatever in between, but they're not doing this constant praying. With Seven Day Adventists during this revival meeting, they was literally like every 15, 20 minutes or so, it felt like they was getting up and down on the floor on their knees praying and then getting back up. I'm a big girl with bad knees. After about the eighth or ninth trip to the floor on that hard floor, I was beginning to get a little agitated. So I wasn't really listening to dude like I probably should have been. But at some point during this meeting, I kind of zoned out. And I honestly couldn't tell you none of what they was talking about during the meeting. But all of a sudden I heard that I would be moving to Africa and that I was going to need to learn another language. Now, I had no idea what that meant at that time. At the time that I heard it, I hadn't been involved with anyone, but the last like online thing, nothing ever really came of it. But I had did a little online dating a few years before that with a guy from Egypt. So when I said that I was going to be moving to Africa and that I would need to learn a new language, I thought it might be Arabic. And I left the meeting and I was talking to my girlfriend at the time, and she had some lofty missions of going into ministry or whatever. So we thought that we were going to be going into Africa doing some kind of either AIDS relief or orphanages or something like that. And I mean, I was still raising my kids, she was raising her kids, and I didn't know how it was going to play out. I didn't have the money to do it, but I prayerfully went, later on, it took a while because it was probably into the next year that I went and basically told God, look, I don't know how this is going to all play out, but if you show me what to do and give me the financial means to do it, you prepare me to do it. If you say this is what I'm supposed to do, if you let me go, then I'll go. Um, and I just let it go because I didn't really think much more of it. No, Niana, it really wasn't. It's hard to explain, but for me, it comes in as a thought that I know I'm not thinking. Like if I'm in meditation and okay, well, I'll tell you about the next one. And by the time I tell you about the major ones that I've had, then you'll kind of get it. The following year, I had another experience, and I've talked about this one before, but it is worthwhile. I think it's a couple of points that came in. It's more than just a knowing. This particular time, by then, I had broke up with the guy, the Seventh Day Adventist dude, and I wound up moving to Virginia. My youngest child's father lives in Virginia. And again, like I said, we weren't still together. There was no chance of a reconciliation, but we was in that weird let's remain friends thing. And when money got really, really tight for me, and I had zero, when I say I had zero support system, I had zero support system. I lost my entire family due to religious differences at like the age of 24. So I was alone, alone, alone in the world. So my youngest child's father and I were still, we not, last sheet of last sheep on the road, nobody was even talking about that, because thou shalt not kill does apply to everybody else around the world, and the Abrahamic religion still, they took a whole lot of violations of that law. We got several active conflicts going along on the planet right now, and there is an Abrahamic religion at the center of every single one of them. Christianity's hands are not clean, neither are Judaism's hands or Islam. All of them violate that thou shalt not kill thing real bad. We ain't talking about those about the sexual abusers. Okay. Oh wow, I was in Newport News actually, Niana. Yeah. And I was in Newport News. I moved there. In fact, I was on North Avenue right by the James River. Um, but when I got to Newport News, one night I was, and I don't remember exactly, it might have been either the end part of 2007 or the early part. No, it had to have been in 2008 that I had the next experience, because I was working at Shields Tavern at the time. And I got up one night to go to the bathroom. It's 1:30 in the morning. The only reason I remember that because I just, like I said, it was so striking to I had to look at my phone to see the time, and it was 1:30. I got up to go to the bathroom, but other than that, I was still half asleep, just kind of sitting there chilling. In fact, I wasn't even using the bathroom anymore. I was just sitting there zoning out, about to fall back asleep. And then all of a sudden, it was like three thoughts were inserted into my head in such rapid fire that I knew I wasn't thinking them. I was half asleep. I wasn't thinking about none of that stuff. Hey, Lunar Beats. Okay, whatever, Vahid. If that made you feel better to say that, that's fine. Thankfully, there are plenty of folks that are cool with the way I look, and I'm very comfortable with the way I look as well. So, your opinion of how I look means zero to me. Hmm. Don't come in here proselytizing. Everybody is welcome. It ain't got nothing to do with Cambodia, all nations. But anywho, so that particular night, as I'm sitting there about to zone out and go to sleep, these thoughts started coming into my mind space. One of them I heard very clearly. There was a lady, and it bothers me so bad because I've retold this story so many times, and to this day I cannot even remember her name. That's how much I really didn't know this lady. She was fairly new on the job. I don't dislike her, but I knew her name at the time, but we weren't particular friends. We were just co-workers, and she preferred working on the third floor. So most of the time, I only interacted with her when we had our lineup or whatever. We wasn't really friends. But that particular night, as I was sitting there, I heard very strongly that I needed to tell her to go to the doctor immediately. Like, do not pass go, none of that. Do not go home and go to bed. You need to go to the doctor, like, right now. It's like, okay. So, and then the next thought that came through was a number. And to this day, I'm not entirely sure how that number signifies, but I couldn't decide if it was 251 or 252. I think I know how it signifies now, but it still hasn't fulfilled yet. But anyway, the third message that I heard was to tell the guy that I was seeing at the time that he had a huge lawsuit on the line that he was going through. And the message was to let him know that if he does not accept the next settlement offer that they make, that it would all go away. And the fourth message I heard was that I would be blessed with another child. Now, mind you, at that point in time, I'm 39 years old, got 4 kids, baby daddy ain't shit. I don't want to hear nothing about no more child. And I had my tubes cut, tied, and burned when the last one was born. And she was now like 5 or 6 years old. So I won't trying to hear nothing about. I figured, well, maybe it means that, after I had already had this message about needing to like moving to Africa and needing to learn another language. So I thought, well, maybe, in my travels, whenever I get to that point, maybe I'll come across a child in need and I'll be adopting another baby. And who knows? That hasn't fulfilled either. So that could mean be what it means. I don't know. But I heard those messages. I got up, went to work the next day, and I went and told a lady what I heard. I was like, you need to go to the doctor. I don't know how to tell you how I know, but I'm telling you, do not go home and go to bed. You need to go to the doctor right now. And she got off work, and I didn't see her no more for almost 2 weeks. I didn't know what had happened. We wasn't friends or call. I didn't know none of that. And when she came back to work, she hugged me so hard I thought she was gonna crack my ribs. She said, "I don't know how you knew what," and then she stopped herself. She said, "I do know how you knew, and thank you for obeying." She was a Desert Storm vet with shrapnel in her head that was inoperable up to that point, and they didn't know it and she didn't know it, but that shrapnel was on the move, and the doctor said if she had went in and laid down and went to sleep that night, she probably would not have waken up in the morning. But because she went to the doctor, when they told her, they admitted her and they were able to finally remove the shrapnel from her head, and she was fine after that. And then so she listened and all went well for her. The guy that I was seeing at the time was very egotistical, very arrogant spiritually. He was one of them. He wore the big stainless steel cross, Jesus piece, and he's a prayer warrior and blah blah this and blah blah blippy. And of course, at the time, I was so sick of religion till he basically saw me as a heathen. But I'm telling him that I'm receiving this message. But even years later, up until a couple years ago, when I finally cut him off, he still basically caused me to second guess my clairaudience. He never, everything that I ever heard or message that I ever gave to him, he turned around and do the exact opposite. Even when I started reading tarot, I read this man. I gave him a few readings, but the last reading I did to him for him before I cut him out of my life, he was kind of shook by it because he turned out. Look, we've been friends for 15 years. Well, he dumped me and he came back into life, but I didn't care. I was glad he dumped me because I didn't want him back. So I accepted that weird friend zone. I got a lot of exes that wanted to remain friends, and I allowed it for a time. Stupid me. But that's another story too. I did a video about it. But he always ain't no spider behind me. That's a anyway. Yeah. Or is there? Nope. No spider. I'm not afraid of spiders anyway, whoever you are, so it don't matter. But yeah. Um, but in any event, every time I ever gave him a message, except like I said, I read that last reading I did for him, yeah, anyway, whatever. I'm not get again, I don't care enough about a spider to get up and mess up my live stream to look for a spider. And my reading was on point, Niana. I didn't even trust myself as a reader yet. And I had known him for almost 15 years at that point. Wait a minute, eight, yeah, about 15 years. And I saw things in that reading that were unusual and things that I hadn't really discussed with him, but I went ahead and did the reading and gave him the message. And later on, he didn't say nothing right away, but he came back a few hours later and he was like, "You don't understand. You saw something in that reading that I genuinely have never told nobody but God." I was like, "Oh." So that let me know, like you say, I really am hearing clearly. So I didn't know what to do with the reading. I didn't even know if it was accurate. Like I said, I would do a reading and I'd be like, well, I hope it kind of resonates. And I go on about my business. But he was shooketh from the reading. And same thing with my daughter. I did a reading for her, and she is my absolute worst critic. She ain't got no respect for my spiritual journey, no respect for me. She was so hateful for a while. I genuinely had to block her for 3 years. But when her little butt got in trouble, I ain't gonna say in trouble. She wasn't in trouble with the law or nothing, but life was life, and it was really kicking her butt. And she thought there might be a spiritual reason behind it. She asked me to do a couple readings for her, and I did. And I had at that point, like I said, I had genuinely not been involved in her life at all in over 3 years. So I didn't have any clue what was going on in her life as an adult. I had not had dealings with her since she was 18, and she was now like 22 or 3 when I read for her. And she came back. She was like, "Ma, you might want to tone that down a little bit because you're gonna be scaring people. It's just ridiculous." How she was like, "No, no, no. It's kind of scary and a little bit creepy how accurate you are." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Hey, I asked for the gift. You know what I'm saying?" But back to old boy with the meat with the message. Oh wow, you took notes. Oh wow, Antoine. I ain't know. Well, I had to dig a little deep for you. That was a long reading, but I was glad to do it. I'm glad it resonated for you. Um, well, here's the thing. Whenever I do sit down with the cards, first off, every single time you ever see me sit down here with some tarot cards, I sit down and talk to my guys first. I give y'all a little short whatever, but before I sit down, I sage the space and clear my mind and ask them to remove me out of it. I don't really want to be, so I'll give my little personal examples and stuff if it can help somebody relate to what I'm talking about during the reading, but I ask to be a clear channel for spirit. Yeah. And so I'm grateful that it works out that way because I don't really want to be leaning on my own understanding, especially when I'm delivering messages for people. Because I know there's no such thing as accidents. And like I said, there's literally over 1 million YouTube channels. So each and every person that finds my channel is here for a reason. Even the ones that's here to heckle and troll, they just don't know it yet. So when I actually am given the honor to read for someone, I take it super seriously and I try to remove myself as much as possible. But anyway, back to the bathroom in Newport News, 1:30 in the morning back in 2008. I got the message for the lady. I got the message with the number. I got the message about the baby. The fourth message that I had gotten was for my boyfriend at the time that if he did not accept that settlement for that lawsuit, that it would go away. In his arrogance, he chose to ignore me and he got greedy and arrogant and turned down the next settlement offer that they made him, which is ridiculous. I was so mad at him, his stupidity. I had to, ugh. Anyway, he wound up losing over $200 million because he got greedy. He turned down that settlement, according to him. Now, again, I never saw the official paperwork, but he was blown and I was too. They offered him $238 million and he turned it down because he thought he had a number in his head. He wanted to get to 250. Which I'm like, that's foolishness. Because a settlement that large, the interest alone on it, you'll make up that 12 million in no time flat. The time you're delaying on this settlement, because it have been dragging out for years. And sure enough, he didn't take the settlement, and they had the lawyers go back through his medical records with a fine tooth comb, and I don't know what they found, but whatever happened, he wound up getting nothing. He had his medical bills paid for, and he's on disability for life, but he didn't get a dime out of that lawsuit. Oh, you can get anybody that's interested in a personal reading from me. You can email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. The email address is on my about page for the channel, and I'll get in touch with you there and let you know how to get it set up. My payment gateway is through Buy Me a Coffee, but I would need to know, what kind of reading you're interested in. We've got a couple different tiers, but if you email me there, I can get the information to you, and then we can take it from there. Typically, if you decide on a personal reading, once the payment clears and Buy Me a Coffee, it does take a few days for it to clear completely through there. But once it clears, then you will receive your payment within 72 hours of the payment clearing, and you receive it as an unlisted link in YouTube, which will be on a private playlist. You'll have access to it for a minimum of 60 days. So you can share it with whomever you like. You said, can I share a piece with the message of the Anunnaki? Basically, when I sit here, that's pretty much that's what I'm doing, because Yeshua is Anunnaki. His father, Lord Enki, is Anunnaki. Um, there is something that I wanted to bring to our attention. I want to go back into the lost book of Enki for a minute. Bear with me a second. There was part of, it's not in the introduction. I was trying to find. Mm-mm-mm. I was trying to find something in here that I wanted to call to some folks' attention, but what is my women? Are we able to be apart from the slavery of the wait, hold on. Are we able to be apart from the slavery of the cosmos through that? Through our spiritual ascension? Eventually, yes. It's not even about slavery of the cosmos. We're not enslaved by the cosmos. We're enslaved through the illusion here, the deception that Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, put into place. The watchers that came here in cooperation with Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, and brought black magic. They brought a veil of darkness and forgetting. They literally are the reason for the veil. And because we can't conceive of that or didn't learn or whatever, like you said, we just continue. It's still about free will here. That's the thing. The people that choose to worship Yahweh, they've been misled, but they continue to choose it. And again, it wasn't that big of a, well, I ain't gonna say it wasn't that big of a deal. It was more understandable when it first started happening because most of the world was illiterate and the information wasn't out there. But most of these ancient texts have been dug up in the past 150 years or so and are being translated and they're being published now. So now the information is here. But when folks like me and the Billy Carsons and the Paul Wallaces and the Mario Bellinos and all the rest of them start talking about this information, these people cling so hard to their traditional beliefs, their religiosity, that the truth is here, is right in front of them, and they still refuse to accept it. They would rather cling to the lie than embrace the truth. So they enslave themselves by choosing to maintain their blissful ignorance. And the ignorance ain't even blissful, it's extremely painful. They keep begging for relief, begging for peace, begging for prosperity, for a God that doesn't hear them, and they don't understand, like Yeshua said, that their prayers go no higher than the ceiling. They thought that that refers to the Gentiles and the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They're so busy pointing out where they forget that they, like you say, every time you point a finger at somebody, you got three pointing right back at you. And that's what the Christians chose to forget. But Yeshua told them their prayers go no higher than the ceiling. Um, but if you look at the emerald tablets and what Yeshua was attempting to do when he was talking to them, I do believe that we are able to be apart from the slavery of this planet and this 3D experience through meditation and all, because that's literally what Thoth said, that because he kept, it took him a long time too. If in the emerald tablets, he says that because of the way their bodies are, to maintain their bodies and maintain this long life, they must spend 100 years out of every 1,000 years in their aguanti as well. They go into a stasis point. And when he did that, he would go, when it was time for him to spend his 100 years in stasis, he went into this meditative state. He would go into his stasis in a period of long fasting and then go into the astral travel. And he was out in the cosmos, in the other realms, in the dimensions, and all the rest of that. And over time, he just kept leveling up spiritually, leveling up, leveling up, leveling up until he reached a point of spiritual ascension, that he beat the big boss. He no longer had to die. He was granted immortality. And instead of continuing on to travel throughout the dimensions in the cosmos, he asked for permission to stay amongst the children of men so that he could help them be able to attain their ascension and ultimately their immortality, not immorality, to obtain their immortality as well through their ascension. And then Yeshua came along, like I said, John 3:16, John 1:1 tells us, in the beginning was the Elohim, and the word, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with the Elohim, and the word was El Shaddai. Not anything that was made basically without him. I'm not getting the translation perfect, but that's the paraphrase of the scripture. And then in 3:16 it says that the Elohim loved the world so much that he gave his son, so that whoever believed like him might not perish but attain eternal life. Now it doesn't say we're gonna get that all in one lifetime, but eventually, ultimately, if we believe like Yeshua, because that's what Yeshua did, he was so spiritually advanced that he was pressure to the rabbis in the synagogue at the age of 12. He was asking those same kinds of questions, like you and me, been labeled as troublemakers, asking those questions. The crap they was talking wasn't making no sense. We wanted to know. We wasn't quite buying the story that they told us, and neither was he. But so much so that they got him, blew his little booty out of town at the age of 12. But don't you find it interesting? I always did. Don't you find it interesting that in the Christian story, they have no idea whatsoever what Yeshua was doing for 18 whole years of his life? They mention him in the manger in Bethlehem. Then they mention him in the synagogue, preaching and teaching and giving the rabbis hell at the age of 12. And then he got out of town, and they don't say not one another word about him until the age of 30 when he comes back into town. 18 years he's gone, and they didn't bother to find out none of what he was doing. Christians tell you it's not important what he was doing. It's vitally important what he was doing, because the rest of the world knows what he was doing. The Essenes know. Folks in India know. The Tibetan monks in the Himalayas know. And the folks down in Africa know. He was on a vast spiritual quest in several different religious systems, intensive study for years and years and years. And why? For his spiritual ascension. He was on a quest to receive his sabu, or become Christos, to obtain the light body within one incarnation. That's what that means. When in the pyramids, when you see the hieroglyphs with the people with the headband with the cobra sticking out the top, that's called a sabu. That is a symbol of spiritual enlightenment. Lord Enki, the first miracle, the first mystery school was the Order of the Serpent. And that, like I said, a serpent is a sign of wisdom, but that genuinely is somebody who has gone through the course of ascensions. They had The path of the initiate back then, the mystery schools, like I said, were in caves. They were sequestered. All the rest of that, it was an in-house thing. It was like going to university to become a doctor. But there were several temples. There were 7 of them throughout Africa, starting down in Ethiopia and going up the coast of Africa all the way up to the Grand Pyramid at Giza. Different temples, like they may have this temple of Sekhmet, the temple of Bastet, the temple of this one, that, but they ended up in, they would start at the south end of Africa, and each pyramid that they went to, there's a school of study around it. So the initiate would enter that school, study that information. If once they pass that initiation, they travel on to the next pyramid. Most people never made it all the way up there. You had to have money and time on your hands to be able to do that. But it is said that Yeshua made the journey and received his sabu. And the reason we also know that the Christian folk know that he received his sabu, because you see it in the Renaissance artwork as the halo, that light around his head. That's a sign of someone who has achieved the light body. What's my opinion on people who are genetic witches or natural manipulators of energy? I don't have an opinion on them. Those are their spiritual gifts. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I say, Lunar, folks tell us all that stuff is wrong. But again, religion, relegare, bind, hold back. They've taught us to fear everything that could actually help us along our spiritual journey. They took all of that away from us and gave us a bunch of things that would bind us and keep us mentally stuck. Like literally put a binding spell over us with that whole Easter thing. We talked about that earlier. And then teaching us to pray to Yahweh in Jesus' name. That's not Yeshua. Jesus means hail Zeus, which ties right back to Yahweh. And to close our prayers by saying Amen. That is literally a binding spell to Amun Ra. So they tell us, don't look to crystals, don't look to herbs, don't really concentrate on meditating unless you're meditating on the word of Yahweh. Uh, don't use any forms of divination. Don't, none of that. You can only pray to Yahweh, through Yahweh, and then send it home through a binding spell to send it back through a binding spell to his nephew, Marduk, Amun Ra. How is that going to help us ever ascend or awaken or do anything? It doesn't. It keeps us stuck. And ironically, hypocritically so, the Levitical priests had 12 stones on their breastplate. Now, they say it was for the nation of Israel. But a lot of them stones, if you look at them, you read the description, it sounds like zodiacal stones as well. They also had what they call the and the Thummim, which were 2 divinatory tools that they kept in the breastplate of the priests. They get upset. They don't want us burning incense. Go up in an Episcopalian or an Orthodox or Catholic church and see if the incense don't damn near choke you out. Hypocrisy. Everything that could benefit us, they've taken from us. And in our little ignorant state, our feared, hunkered down, ignorant state, we've accepted that. Time is out for that. Would what come from the Anunnaki lunar beads? Hey, Matos for Vilonia. Yeah, yeah. And do check that out too. Go to Antoine's Dharma Path. He did a video about incense. You said they took our roots and sold it to us. Yeah. And that was the thing that really gets me in the even before I stumbled down this part of the spiritual rabbit hole. One of the questions I always had, I could never understand why Lunar Beach. Wait a minute, hold on before I get into that though. You said, and what is our opinion on people who are genetic witches or natural manipulators of energy? Would that come from the Anunnaki? Like I said, in my opinion, it's part of our natural gifts. I can talk to storms sometimes. I haven't done it enough to say that I can for sure automatically demand I can control it perfectly. But I know for a fact that I have held up storms before. I've influenced weather. I can influence the rain to some degree too. I can either make it delay or make it stop sometimes. And again, I don't really have no real serious need to do so. I love the rain and I love storms. So typically, I'll only ask them to hold up out of convenience if I'm trying to get out there and meditate, or if I'm stuck out walking somewhere and want to get home before the sky open up or something. I just ask them to delay by a few minutes. But we did have a real bad hurricane a few years back. I've told that story on this channel, and I was caught in the path of it. It had already wreaked a lot of havoc, and I hadn't thought to ask before. I didn't know I could do that, but at the time, it looked like I was going to get caught right in the middle of a category 5 and had nowhere to go. And I sat down in meditation, and I was hearing the voices of those who had transitioned in the storm coming through from Puerto Rico, and they literally said to me, ask the question, but ask it differently. And I talked to the storm and asked her, appreciated her beauty and all the rest of that, but ask her to please go out into the ocean and play, where, because these people were not ready for that. We could not have another Katrina situation. Please just take it out there and your friends with you, because she had turned up. I think it was Irma, was it? Somebody told me, well, I think it was Irma. But whichever one it was like that storm had come up. There was two more coming up through the Gulf of Mexico and two more spawning out in the Atlantic, and it was all kind of getting ready to converge somewhere between Florida and the Louisiana Mississippi basin area. And I'm like, no, we can't do that. And the crazy part is the way it had tore up um, Puerto Rico so bad. But the I was watching the news rather closely to see what it was going to do, because, like I said, I was stuck there and could not evacuate. And once I started talking to the storm did something that not one meteorologist predicted. They thought it was going to hit Sarasota, where I was, at a category 5. It blew through kind of sort of at a week 3 and tripped and stumbled and sputtered itself out into a tropical storm a few hours later before it hit land in Alabama. I was born and raised in Florida. A 3 ain't nothing for us. We'll sit on our porch basically in a 3. So I wasn't even worried about that. But yeah, it's crazy the way that storm responded. But those are our natural gifts. There's nothing evil in it. And I used to laugh and say, 150 years ago, I'd have been living at the edge of the village and they would have probably called me a witch. And it would have been all good as long as I was making cough syrup and arthritis poultices. But the moment the crops died, they probably want to burn me at the stake. Yeah. Matos for Vilonia. Yeah. Saying Amen at the end of a prayer is a binding spell to Amun Ra. Amun Ra insisted, because him and Yahweh were very jealous, power grabby type folks, and it's interesting because, like I say, it's literally uncle and nephew. Amun Ra, Marduk, is Enki's son, but he's got his uncle Yahweh's personality. Um, but yeah, them two are a hot mess. And I always found it interesting, if the people are Christian, it don't matter what the language is, when they pray around the world, listen to the end of their prayers. It's still Amen. In any language, it's still Amen. Thought that should let you know it really is referring to a name. Because why? I mean, it's Amen in English and Spanish and Chinese and whatever. If they're Christian, their prayer ends in Amen. Wow, y'all. You know what? This has been amazing. Because normally the trolls would be here by now, and they weren't. I mean, we had a couple little baby trolls came in way early in, but I found that super interesting that they didn't find us. Yeah, exactly, and probably the Jews too. Listen. Well, you know what I really find funny, Matos? Muslims do not understand that they are worshiping Yahweh. They don't. They think they're worshiping Allah, who they think ties back to El, which he does. But they do not understand that El ties back to Yahweh. They will argue you tooth and nail that they do not worship the same God as the Jews. Why? I wonder why they thought that the children of the book was okay for them, though. They tell you right there, well, among Islam, they would prefer, dealing with other Muslims or whatever, but as long as they're children of the book, in other words, if they're good Christians, if they are God fearing Christians, then they're okay to deal with because it's the same crap. And they don't understand that. Because trust me, I done had plenty of them get mad at me right here in this live stream because I said that Allah is Yahweh and they don't want to hear it. I keep trying to find this spot where he got the title of Satan. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. No, that was somebody talking about the weapons of terror in the first war. Inky was saying when they brought down the evil wind, he said, against Marduk, my firstborn, did the two sons destruction direct. Vengeance was in their hearts. Ascendancy is not Marduk's to grasp, Enlil's firstborn shouted. With weapons I shall oppose him, Ninurta said. Of people he raised an army, Babili as earth's navel to declare. Nergal, Marduk's brother, so shouted. And so Marduk went because Ninurta opposed him. Marduk was on trying to grab power on earth that, like you said, ascendancy was not his. So Ninurta was trying to stop him, and Marduk went and got the weapons of terror and wiped out Shumer, Eridu, was it Eridu, Shumer, and another whole, like I said, basically damn near decimated all of humanity over a jealous fit that they was having over who was gonna have more land and control. Hold on. You said you can get into your deepest meditative state while dancing and tap into another source of energy, where your body is dancing by itself in perfect rhythm. I believe that too, because you know what, environment. I had a question one time before because I started noticing when I did smoke, and again, I'm not saying I won't ever again, but that was it's when I first noticed it because when I smoked, sometimes music would take on colors for me, and I would just close my eyes and like watch the colors. But I did also notice that I would always seem to find my body spontaneously moving in the same basic, like I said, dance steps. I call it my soul dance, and I wondered if everybody's soul dance is similar or if it's is each person's soul dance is individual because it don't matter what the music was. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower. But if I just let go and allow myself to move, and sometimes I would feel like I was really moving, and realize most of what I was doing was I was feeling internally. My body, my physical body, wasn't even moving as dramatically as I thought it was. It might be swaying slightly, but I wasn't really feeling I wasn't moving as intensely as I thought I was. And I was kind of curious about that. I wish they had some kind of way of hooking us up to like some kind of a sensor or something. You know how they always measure like brain waves and this and that. And I would love to have run that experiment and like hook people up when they're like smoking and play music and see if their soul dance is the same or different. You said music is an entity for sure. Absolutely. Hang on, y'all. I'm trying to find something in the Lost Book of Enki, and once I find it, then if I can find it, we'll go. But I was hoping I could. I should have looked for it beforehand. Oh man, you say you think the dance is a combination of ancestry and vibrational sacred geometry? Probably, because and I've noticed even when I because truthfully, my soul dance is like a variation. It feels like a variation of a figure eight. I mean, of course, there's like sometimes it'll be, to the side, whatever, depending on the rhythm music, but it still always reverts back to this figure eight movement. So could be. But that's also when I sit in meditation, even without music. If I sit in meditation, well, I ain't gonna say without music, without dance music. If I sit with listening to just even regular meditation music, eventually, I've been told, because again, I'm not aware I'm doing it, but those who actually walked up on me when I'm meditating, it's like I'm kind of, you can tell that I'm kind of moving in that weaving figure eight type movement. Goodbye, Avon. Move yourself out of it. If you don't like that, this is exactly what we've been talking about, y'all. I'm here trying to teach, and they want to cling to their ignorance so much. If you be quiet, you might learn something, Yvonne. But what you're not gonna do is come in here with that foolishness. Cause I know what I'm talking about. It's clear you don't. It's not made up. What is made up is the religion you talking about the holy, most holy Virgin Mother Mary and all of that. Mary was not a virgin. She was a high esteemed mystic as well. You have no idea what you're talking about. And the God you worship is Satan the devil. Jesus Christ, Yeshua told you that in John. Go read the Gospel of John, chapter 8, and you'll see that Yeshua was not pointing nobody to worship Yahweh Jehovah. Quite the opposite, dear one. Go learn something. Uh-huh. I've read Titus. You know what? We can go back and read it because here's the thing. Titus was written by the apostate Paul. Yeshua said that after they unalived him like he knew they was going to do, and they did, that there would be one that would come along that would lead humanity lost, and it did. Because we talked about that. You came along here. I've been on here for the last 3.5 hours. We've talked about all of that. You late at the gate, bro. And it's 11:33 right now. But we're gonna go and look at Titus, shall we? Why don't you go and look at Hebrews chapter 11, verse 40, when it finishes telling you about all of the stuff with faith at the end of that dissertation. Even Paul had to admit in verse 40 of that chapter that not one of the faithful men and women of old ever had their promises fulfilled on this earth by Yahweh, sir. That part. Yahweh did not fulfill his promises to Abraham. He didn't fulfill his promises to Egypt, to the nation of Israel. So much so that in by the end of Second Kings, The Israelites had stopped worshiping Yahweh. They went back to worshiping Asherah. The only reason we see that as a bad thing is because the Yahweh scribes turned around and told us it was sinful and all the rest of that because they chose to keep worshiping Yahweh. Abraham and Moses wasn't the sharpest tools in the shed. They chose to worship a bloodthirsty, violent, vengeful liar of an Elohim. Hey, 88 Pearls. I didn't say nothing about Genesis talking about a woman, sir. You talking about Genesis talks about what woman? Actually, Genesis is the genes of Isis. In Genesis chapter 1, in the let us make man in our image thing, that is Lord Enki and Ninmah, his sister, who later became known as Ninhursag, who later became known as Isis, and Thoth, Ningishzida. But we've talked about all of those things. Like I said, you bebopped up here 3.5 hours late into the live stream and then talking like you know. Hey, Cece, welcome. Honestly, here we go again. Now, I'm going to read Titus 2:13, but this further lets you know this is a letter of Paul, who again is not only circumventing what Yeshua said, but outright lying on Yeshua. Because Titus 2, verse 13 says, waiting for our blessed hope, the appearance of the glory of our great God and Savior, Jesus Christ. Yeshua told you he was the Son of Man. He never said he was a God. In fact, he told us do not worship him. But Paul said we're supposed to worship him. So ain't no enough said. You ain't said nothing by that. Paul also said that it was good that Yeshua bore that cross, the curse of dying by on a tree for our benefit. That's a lie. We talked about that earlier in the live stream. Paul didn't have the spiritual authority to relieve the Christians from worshiping Yahweh the way Yahweh demanded that they be worshiped. All he did was set Christians up for eternal damnation. If they genuinely believed that Yahweh was the actual God of this planet, every Christian on this planet would be set up for eternal damnation. Because right in the Ten Commandments, Paul said that the Jews were relieved of the law, but Paul didn't have the authority to relieve them of the law. Yahweh told the Jews that they were to keep the Passover forever. And Christians don't keep it at all. They don't even keep Sabbath. And Yeshua may have fulfilled the Mosaic law, but he could not absolve the Ten Commandments because the Ten Commandments were written by the hand of Yeshua, of Yahweh himself. And they were literally nailed to the tree that unalived Yeshua on. And those 10 commandments say, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Thou shalt keep my holy days unto me holy. Christians don't keep none of Yahweh's days holy. None of them. What Christians did was turned around and allowed Emperor Nero to take Shabbat and turn it from Saturday into a Sunday thing. Or was it Nero? Yeah, it was Nero, I think, that did that. So they got rid of Shabbat, first of all, the weekly Sabbath. We ain't even going to talk about the annual Sabbath or the Jubilee year. Christians don't keep none of the Sabbaths. Okay. Hey, CC, welcome. And then not only do they not keep any of the Sabbaths, he told them to keep Passover forever. And instead, what do Christians do? They turn around and celebrate the Last Supper, Good Friday, and the resurrection. And the Last Supper is literally reenacting a satanic, cannibalistic ritual: drink of my blood and eat of my flesh. Yeshua ain't never told nobody to do that. That ritual is outlined in the Gospel of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Those Gospels were written 60 to 110 years after Yeshua was gone off of this earth. And then they are laid down. The way that those accounts are listed when it talks about the Last Supper, the story is told word for word, verbatim. There's no way that somebody would turn around 60 to 110 years later and decide to write down an account, and they all sitting down separately with their little tablets or scrolls or whatever, and all three of them came up with the same exact story word for word. But yet the other gospel, the gospel according to John, who is the one this apostle who actually might have actually met Yeshua, because that was his cousin, that story of the Last Supper is conspicuously absent in the Gospel of John, the one who actually walked with Jesus, the one who the angel Gabriel went and told Zechariah and Elizabeth was coming to foreshadow and pave the way for Yeshua. Don't come at me, bro, like I don't know the scriptures, because I know them here. But I also stopped buying into the Christian lies and the bull crap clap trap and actually read this book for what it says. The Apostle Paul was a liar. And you write 88 pearls every single holiday that they do. They're not keeping Yahweh's days unto him holy. And according to the Israelites, a person that was a non-Jew could become a spiritual Israelite, but they had to keep all of the laws and regulations that the Jews kept. And what do Christians do? Come in and remix the story and made up their own rules. They gave us Christmas, which is the Saturnalia. That is a festival of the birth of the unconquered. SUN up in the sky ain't got jack diddly to do with Jesus. Then they gave us Valentine's Day. That's the Lupercalia. That is a bloodthirsty fertility ritual. And then they wrapped that whole Last Supper, crucifixion, resurrection story up into the Easter festival, which is again, it is a spring orgiastic fertility ritual to the goddess Diana and Ostara and Nana. Ain't got jack diddly to do with Jesus Christ. A rabbit laying chicken eggs for real? Come on, bro. And we ain't even gonna start on Halloween, Day of the Dead. But you got the audacity to come up in here and try to tell me about how wrong I am because I don't want to cling to them satanic lies. I rebuke you, Yvonne. It's a fashion show at the churches. Why shouldn't it be? They got Diana and Ostara out there. It's a fertility ritual. All the women are supposed to look as beautiful and as sumptuous and whatever. Now it's in church, so they don't make themselves look sexy, but they turn around and make themselves look like the plumage of the very spring, all the pastel colors and all the beautiful hats and bonnets and the da 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 da, all of that. Yeah. But it still ain't what Yahweh told them to do. So they fooling themselves. That's why I say if they claim they want to worship Jehovah, then they have to worship him the way he said. And nothing that Christians do has anything to do with the way Jehovah said he wanted to be worshiped. If Jehovah was actually the Alpha and the Omega, if the burning hell that they try to put everybody in is real, Christians have a guaranteed first class ticket to it from the way they've chosen to adulterate the religion and practice it. Because everything that they do in that made up religion absolutely flies 180 degrees away from what Yahweh, Jehovah, told the Jews to do. And it definitely flies 180 degrees in the opposite direction away from what Yeshua told the Jews they should be doing. He told them straight up out of his mouth in John chapter 8, you don't know the one who sent me. You don't know my Father. You worship your father, the devil. Hey, Raquel, you're welcome. You are very, very welcome. And I get it. Sorry, again, I'm not I get a little excited and passionate about this because this is, oh, it's 11:44. It is near and dear to my heart just because Yeshua put it on my heart. I don't need no Catholic. I've had some friends, people that claim that they was Catholics, but most Catholics aren't all that devout. And honestly, even if they were, I wouldn't want to be bothered with them. If as long as they kept their religion to themselves, we'd be fine because the Catholic religion is the root of Christianity. They are the guiltiest ones of them all. That is the most Luciferian, satanic organization within Christianity. Go to the Vatican and look at that uh, sanctuary with the darn serpent's head at the head of at the auditorium, and all of the satanic and serpentine and Luciferian objects and stuff all over it. They got everything. They got the white pope and the black pope and all the rest of that. So you say that to say what? Do I have a had a Catholic friend? I don't need no Catholic friends. For what? Again, Yeshua, they delivered him up to the Romans. Who was they? The Jews. Who was the damn Romans? The Catholics. They're the ones that turned around and created Christianity in 325 AD. Tiberius was the Roman emperor who unalived Yeshua, and Constantine was the one who knit him back in the middle of that Yahwistic lie when they invented Christianity at the First Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Hey Zishan Malik, how are you? Alaikum assalam. Hey Beirun Arzu, welcome, welcome. So, in all honesty, why would I want a particular? Again, I have had people of all kinds of religious denominations, but truthfully, they would be my friend in spite of being Catholic, not because of being Catholic. Oh, child, like I say, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't listen. Don't take offense to that 88 pearls, because within the Jehovah's Witnesses, it's what, like 8 million of them now? Six, seven, eight, somewhere in there, million of them. Very few of them believe that they're part of the 144,000 either. It's them old cats, the old heads from back in the day that turn around and partake, because truthfully they really genuinely believe that it's a literal 144,000 that's going, and most of the ones that claimed to be of the 144,000 within the Jehovah's Witnesses organization, they've been dead for 30 or 40 years now. So the vast majority of witnesses don't believe they're part of it either. They think that they're going to be part of the great crowd that's before the throne that's mentioned in Revelation, that's going to get eternal life. Listen, that's interesting you brought that out. Hey, Naj, welcome, welcome. I got to go back because now it's been a minute since I've been through this part of the book from the eyes of a witness. Because again, this is the stuff that I grew up on. I was Jehovah's Witness for a long time. Hold on. Trying to get over here. Okay, they start out, here we go, with the lamb and 144,000. Because I didn't want to get too much into the symbolism because they get, well, actually, I am going to have to go to part of it. Hold on. Yeah, in Revelation 7, or Zishan, I think you're going to have to go see a doctor about that, baby. I can't, I'm a tarot reader and a clairaudient channeler of spirit. I cannot promise you a baby. You're going to really have to work with your gynecologist and see if there's an issue happening with that. Uh, all right. So now in Revelation 7, it talks about the four angels standing at the four corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth, that no wind might blow on the earth or sea or against any tree. And then there's another angel ascending from the rising of the sun with the seal of the living God. And he called with a loud voice to the four angels who had been given power to harm earth and sea, saying, do not harm the earth or the sea or the trees until we have sealed the servants of our Elohim on their foreheads. Now remember, Yeshua in Revelation 3, he said that the one who conquers, he'll make him a pillar in the temple of his Elohim, never shall he go out of it. He'll write on him the name of his Elohim and the name of the city of his Elohim, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from his Elohim out of heaven, and his own new name. So then we advance to Revelation 7, when he says that they've gotten the go ahead to do harm on the earth and the sea, but wait until the 144,000 are sealed with the name of their Elohim on their foreheads. And the fact that they have to mark it with a particular Elohim's name. Now again, they gave us the rope a dope in here by saying God, 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 like there's only one, but it should have been Elohim, and there is more than one. But in here, it's clearly saying they distinguish from just any old Elohim by saying the living Elohim. And then the four angels are the ones who had the seals and all that. And then they name the different tribes. And it's interesting because I can't remember which ones actually differ from the actual tribes of Israel. But I know that they don't correlate perfectly. The 12 tribes listed in Revelation don't correlate perfectly. But then after that, in 9, it says, after this I looked, and behold, a great multitude that no one could number, from every nation, from all tribes and peoples and languages, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes, with palm branches in their hands, and crying out with a loud voice, salvation belongs to our Elohim who sits on the throne and to the Lamb. And all the angels were standing around the throne and around the elders and the four living creatures, and they fell on their faces before the throne and worshiped the Elohim, saying, Amen. Blessed and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be to our Elohim forever and ever. Amen. So it clearly says that. You said what? Oh, okay. Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome, honey. And again, I could get in legal trouble if I told you anything other than that. Now, tomorrow night, I'll be here pulling tarot, and I'll be happy to pull cards for you, but I can't pull tarot on something like that because that's not an answer. That's for something that you're going to have to take up. I would encourage you to call on Archangel Raphael. He is the angel of healing, and there's certainly different things you can do. Ask Yeshua, uh, look to Kuan Yin, Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary. There are different ones that you can ask for angelic intervention, perhaps, to strengthen your womb, but you will still want to get in touch with a doctor. You may want to look into some yoni steams or yoni clearing, some spiritual work around it, energetic. I'd be putting everything, trust me. If you want to conceive and you're having a hard time carrying through, I would be going all in on all of it. Go see the doctor, do the spiritual work, do the herbs and the yoni steams, all the rest of that. And by all means, call in your spiritual team and your angels. Okay. I wasn't trying to be dismissive, but I'm in the middle of a teaching session, like he said, and I live in the United States. I have to be very, very careful when it comes down to medical issues. I cannot give medical advice because I am not a medical professional. So definitely start out by seeing your doctor and do all the energetic and spiritual and holistic things along with it. Okay? Absolutely, honey. And I do hope you come back and tell us you're pregnant real soon. I really do. But yeah, it's interesting because we were talking about the 144,000, and a lot of folks feel like the 144,000 is the only place in town to be, so to speak. But number one, the fact that all of the tribes don't perfectly, I think Issachar might be one of the ones that deviate, maybe Zebulon too, I'm not sure, and Naphtali. But the fact that they don't all perfectly correlate to the actual tribes of Israel lets you know that this is a symbolic number anyway. And the 12 by 12, or the 12,000 by 12,000, or 1,200 by 1,200, whatever, would be 144,000. But 12, they did base 12 math. So it's just a complete number. Like we saw say 10 is complete, which is still, 10 does represent completeness to us. But the Anunnaki, initially, the first math that was the first mathematical system Lord Enki introduced to this planet was base 12 math, not base 10. So that it's a figurative number. But even then, after the 144,000 were sealed in Revelation, there was a great multitude that no one could number, from every nation, all tribes, all people, all languages. The thing that actually unified them was the fact that they understood that salvation belonged to the Elohim who sits on the throne and to the Lamb. Those two are a unit together. So you need to find out which Elohim Yahweh was, I mean, which Elohim Yeshua was talking about, because Yeshua is on a team with a very particular Elohim that is not Yahweh, all the way through the scriptures. In uh, John, it mentions that. And again, it turns around and mentions it in Revelation. And those are the main two that we want to look at, because, like you said, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, we don't even know who those were written by, but very likely not Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and done 100 years later. The Gospel of John was written by John. The Revelation supposedly was written by John as well. Whether it's been mistranslated or what, these two we can actually look at to have contained first the words of Yeshua, and later on the vision that was given to John in dream form about Yeshua's future predictions for what was going to happen when he did come back here. And during that time, like I said, there was going to be a bunch of other people. Jehovah's Witnesses feel like the vast majority of them are in this great crowd, the great multitude that's before the throne. They don't even know that they on team Yah. Well, they say they're in the great crowd, the great multitude that's before the throne. But what they don't understand when they read the scripture is that the ones that are in the great multitude before the throne are not worshiping Yahweh. They're throwing themselves at the foot of the throne because the Lamb is on the throne, and his Elohim is not Yahweh, it is Lord Enki. But it is interesting that they said that. And he said, yes, he was older. And he said that 144 is only coming back when we leave. And then you weren't a part of the chosen because you're not pure. They're super judgmental, honey. Super judgmental. And you know what? The interesting thing about it is their person, the person, the founder of the original founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses, I think they call themselves the Zionists at the time that they first came out. Charles Taze Russell in 1879 formed the Zionists, and then later it became the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. I don't remember what year he passed away, but basically the organization took a dramatic turn, if you will, when Judge Rutherford came into power. They became a lot more judgmental, a lot more radical, a lot more kind of in your face. Rutherford and Noor promoted racism. Hey, Anad Carter, how are you? That's one of the things I know for a fact. If my mother had really known what she had signed our family into, she would not have done it. Hey, Roz Rodriguez. Hey, haven't seen you in a minute. Welcome. Um, it's so interesting though, because excuse me, y'all, I didn't mean to do that. As far as the religion thing, in the 1934, and you will not find this unless you find a witness that's got an older yearbook. They actually redacted the material. The Watchtower Society is very proud of their online library, but there are certain books and publications that are no longer in print, but they are still around because my parents had them. But you can't, you said you don't know, you don't get notified. Look at your, tap the bell and then make sure you got it selected for all notifications. But for the most part, I'll be doing, look for me around 8 p.m. Eastern most evenings during the week. Now, Friday, Saturday, and maybe Sunday night, you'll find me there. But Friday, Thursday, well, Friday night and Saturday night for sure, I will not be coming live on YouTube, I don't believe, because I'm going to be moving, doing some work on another platform. But Sunday through Wednesday at least, or maybe Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. If I'm not live on this channel, I'll be live on my other channel doing tarot. I don't cast spells on any one field of vision. That's not what I'm about and what I'm here for. I don't play with that at all, at all. And I rebuke anybody who does. But yeah, in the 1934 yearbook, in the yearbook of Jehovah's Witnesses is basically like any of the Baptists that have the daily bread. It's kind of like that. They have like a scripture for the day, and then they'll do like a little paragraph or two or three discussion of whatever underneath it. And this one particular day in 1934, they basically had an open letter to Hitler in that publication. Now, you, like I said, you cannot find that publication online, but my parents had a copy of it in their house at one time. Right? I'm not messing with no kind of juju, spell casting, or nothing else. Once upon a time, oh, you're welcome, Roz. Once upon a time, in several lifetimes ago, I probably did some of that, but it became very clear. Like I said, my guide showed me that part of my spiritual walk in this time and period, I was plunked down in a super religious family in the Bible Belt in the southeastern United States, literally taught to read the Bible from the age of 2, and is taught to be very afraid of all of that other oogly boogly stuff. Look, I was my heart would get fast, beat fast if I got curious and read the horoscope in the newspaper when I was a child, to be honest with you. Now, in my late teens, I still got a little curious and did it anyway. But if I walk by a tarot palm, you know how they used to have the little palm reader sign out, the neon thing, and said tarot or psychic or whatever. If I even walk past one of those places, my heart will race fast. I was taught to fear everything we didn't understand because Jehovah's Witnesses demonize everything they don't understand. So spell work would never be part of my walk on earth. Ever, ever. Yeah, like you said, well, you know what? Let me stop. I got to amend that because we all do some forms of spell work. What you say out of your mouth is a spell. What you write on a paper is a spell. So, to a degree, we all do some spell work. But, like 88 Pearl said, I would never use my spiritual gifts to do evil. If I do anything, any kind of a spell for anybody, it would be trying to wish somebody well to help them manifest something positive in their life. You'll never find me trying to do no kind of spell casting against anybody. You said the same thing happened to you. You turned 29 this year. Yeah. Ooh. This no has this year been hitting you kind of hard, little Ed? Because you know Saturn is returning. Saturn is like direct. Pluto came direct last year. Saturn is returned fully like last month. So this is your first Saturn return. Most people don't have but two. Some few get blessed to see three. But yeah, this is around the time for your first Saturn return, and it's probably been an intense year for you, or it's a pivotal year one way or the other. Even if it ain't intense, it's pivotal. But Here's the interesting part. In Revelation 12:7, it says, "Been a hard year." Yeah, I was explaining to somebody, or just talking to somebody earlier, like when I had to take those few days off last week. But then I also realized, in my ignorance and my cognitive dissonance, I've pushed my body to the wall, to the absolute edge. Okay. And I had to understand that I didn't get in this situation overnight and finding my way back to health. I've asked for angelic interference and direction and healing and all of that. But part of it I have to do myself. Like I said, I got myself in this mess. They will help me. I have no doubt that I am receiving angelic direction, because truthfully, I would probably not be here still if I had not been receiving angelic intervention by way of Archangel Raphael. But I'm not receiving that overnight miracle, just wake up, presto changeo, because there's some things that discipline that I have to put in place, and things that I have to do as part of my walk. So it is what it is. And it's been a hard year, body hurting, mind fried, all of that. You said you have a quick story you was telling someone earlier, a story of 30 years ago. Yeah, put your story in here. While you doing that, while you typing your story, because we'll type it in, and when I finish with the scripture in Revelation, we'll come back and talk about it, Roz. But I found it super interesting. Revelation 12:7, when it was talking about Satan being thrown down to the earth. It said, "War arose in heaven, Michael and his angels fighting against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back, but he was defeated, and there was no longer any place for them in heaven. And the great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. And I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, Now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our Elohim and the authority of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brothers has been thrown down, who accuses them day and night before our Elohim. And they have conquered him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, for they love not their lives even unto death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. But woe to you, O earth and sea, for the devil has come down to you in great wrath, because he knows that his time is short." And again, Satan, the devil, according to Yeshua, is Yahweh Jehovah. And they don't call them demons here. It says the dragon and his angels. And if you go to the Gnostic texts, he's known as Yaldabaoth, the dragon. So, however you choose to look at it, whichever spiritual lens you try to look at it, unless you crossing your eyes and squinting through the Christian lens, they have managed to, like I said, cross their eyes to all of that. But Yeshua, like I said, the Anunnaki texts say he is that Enlil, Yahweh is Enlil, and Enlil's title is Satan of the Eden. Yeshua told them that he was the Satan, the devil, a manslayer, a liar, and a murderer. And then it turns around here in Revelation and said that Michael and his angels fought against him. They called him a dragon, a devil, and Satan again. But Christians still do not seem to be able to understand that that is one and the same. And it keeps making the distinction between Yeshua and his Elohim and the dragon, Satan, the devil. Those two are not the same. So how people can read Revelation and think they're only talking about one God here is beyond me. You had your son naturally, he was in the middle of coming out. You bit your tongue right side, it bled bad. Your son had the same on his tongue bleeding, and doctors couldn't explain it because he had no teeth. Wow. That is interesting, Roz. I believe you, but that is super interesting. Hey, Leo, how are you? Welcome. That's a birthmark for you, though. Continuing on in here, talking about him knowing that his time is short, it said, when the dragon saw that he had been thrown down to earth, he pursued the woman who had given birth to the male child. But the woman was given the two wings of the great eagle so that she might fly from the serpent into the wilderness to the place where she is to be nourished for a time, times and half a time. Now that's when they start getting into the stuff that the preachers love to go on and wax poetic about. But even before, there's several places in the scripture where it says that they go after the Son of Man, and it talks about how the Son of Man would bruise the serpent in the head, that the serpent will bruise the Son of Man in the heel, but the Son of Man will bruise the serpent in the head. A heel wound hurts. It may make you limp along for a bit, but you will recover. Whereas a head wound to a serpent is a death strike. I know because I've killed a snake like that before, stepping on their head and grinding it down. Yeah, they're done. But yeah, let me see. Back to the 144,000 part we were talking about. Said, I looked and behold, on Mount Zion stood the Lamb, and with him 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And again, we got to go back to what we know about what Yeshua was talking about. This puts this entire book in a different connotation, because every time a Christian reads this, they want to say that Yeshua's father is Jehovah, Yahweh. That is not what Yeshua said. He said, you do not know my father. You worship your father, the devil. He is a murderer and a manslayer, a liar and the father of a lie. That's what he had to say about Yahweh. He told the Jews straight up, Yahweh was not his father or his Elohim. That is not the one who sent him. But it does say that with him, the Lamb stood on Mount Zion, with him the 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And he heard a voice from heaven like the roar of many waters and like the sound of loud thunder. The voice he heard was like the sound of harpists playing on their harps, and they were singing a new song before the throne, before the four living creatures, and before the elders. No one could learn the song except the 144,000 who had been redeemed from the earth. It is these who have not defiled themselves with women, for they are virgins. It is those who follow the Lamb wherever he goes, those who have been redeemed from mankind as first fruits for God and the Lamb. And in their mouth no lie was formed, for they are blameless. Okay, and after that it talks about those, how a third of those who follow, well, hold on. It said, I saw another angel flying directly overhead with an eternal gospel to proclaim to those who dwell on earth, to every nation and tribe and language and people. And he said with a loud voice, fear God, or fear the Elohim, and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him who made heaven and earth, the sea, and springs of water. Now, again, ain't no real need in this part. I don't really like, but I understand they deal with there was some creative license taken and the language of the day and blah blah blah. But there's no need to fear this particular Elohim. The only ones that need to fear him, and even they don't even need to fear him, because the ones that choose to rock with Yahweh gonna die with Yahweh. But Yeshua told them, my judgments are light and my father judges not. Enki then turned the judging over to Yahweh. I mean to Yeshua. But he does say, when we talks about the one who made heaven and earth, the sea and the springs of water, and truthfully, from a human perspective, that would still be Yahweh. I mean, yeah, the actual heavens that were made, that's not really made by either of the Elohim. But as far as the waterways and everything, like I said, everything after we were fashioned, all of the tweaks that were made, other than the actual creator of all put here, that stuff was tweaked by Yeshua. I mean, by Lord Enki. Another angel, a second, followed, saying, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, she who made all the nations drink of the wine of the passion of her sexual immorality." And another angel, a third, followed them, saying, "If anyone worships the beast in the image and receives a mark on his forehead or his hand, he will also drink of the wrath of the wine of God's wrath, poured full strength into the cup of his anger, and he will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb." And truthfully, because if they receive the mark of the beast, this is the part again. Christians quick to holler about not getting the mark of the beast, but they don't even understand that the mark of the beast is those who worship Yahweh. They look at the mark of the beast as coming from the political systems and the governmental systems, and that's a part of it. But a large part of the mark of the beast, the for real mark of the beast, are those who worship Yahweh. He's the beast. Wow, Raj, you said that same son who had that birthmark, he since he was little, he'd meet a person for 15 seconds and tell you all about him. He's known the Bible since he was little, despite never opening one. Wow, he knows stuff that's going to happen in the future, going on in the present since he was little, and he's never been wrong. How old is he? Oh, you said 30. Okay. He's 30. Wow. Yeah. A true prophet. His gifts been on point from day one. And how fortunate he was to have you for a mother, somebody that didn't try to shut his gifts down and all of that. You allowed them to develop without judgment. Beautiful. He don't like, well, because listen, a lot of them gonna buck at first. They just want to be regular. It's a whole lot of starseed babies that's here that want to be regular. Let them know. Have them come talk to me, baby. So sorry to tell you, you ain't never been regular. You ain't never gonna be regular. You might as well get over it and let your gift serve you. Give him a few years. He'll step into it. Honestly, my youngest, I don't know what her gifts are yet because she done basically tried to drown them in alcohol and weed, and she doesn't tend to her spirituality at all. She was very connected as a young child with extraterrestrials. She's been on craft and all of that before. She's had direct, but she will not talk about it. She just wants to be regular. And she has been, I'm surprised that it scares me honestly, because I don't know how somebody so little could tolerate drinking on that level. It really scares me. And honestly, some people will accept their gifts and some will refuse them. And unfortunately, there's not really, as much as I like to intervene or whatever, it really ain't my business, you know? I can encourage her, but I can't force her. And unless or until she's ready, there's nothing I can do. Same with you. And because like you said, I would love to have gifts like that. Like people be telling me they can see their guides, they can see their angels, and they can do this and they can do. Those are things that I would love to have. It hasn't opened to me that way yet. But by the same turn, I kind of get it though, Roz, because I haven't drowned my gifts down with weed, but I did bury a lot of stuff with weight and I didn't realize it. Like I said, they've been trying to get me to do the long fast, the 40 days, for years now. And every time I get 4 or 5 days in, my meditations would get so far out there that I would get scared and refeed. The longest fast I've ever been able to accomplish so far has been 12 days. And on the 13th day, I refed because my meditations would, I really felt like I was just losing touch with reality altogether. They would get that far out there. Now that was before. Like I said, I think I'm more spiritually ready for it now. Now I just got to get past hunger and the whole mental thing. But yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Like I said, prayer warrior, manifestation warrior. And honestly, what he needs to understand is that he's supposed to use those gifts, and it's all right for him to use those gifts. And when he truly decides to tap into his spirituality and use them appropriately, he gonna make a hell of a lot of money doing it too. But he's 30. He probably wanted to, like I said, he wanted to be regular. He wanted to smoke a lot of weed. And I'm not saying to stop smoking it, because again, I just stopped this year because I was on this initiation thing, but I love to meditate with it. But he needs to probably be using much smaller amounts than he's using now. Right now, he's smoking to drown out. If he just tamps it down to small amounts, his meditations will go to amazing places. Yeah. But hopefully he'll figure it out soon. Because, like I said, the paradigms are shifting anyway. If he walking around with them kind of gifts, he can't go back to sleep in the matrix anyway. No, he's supposed to make money with his gifts. There's nothing wrong with that. Your spiritual gifts are supposed to support you. Under the universal laws, the laws of compensation, fair exchange, whatever you want to call it, that is highly appropriate. If them charlatan preachers can go out there and make enough money to be driving around, flying around with two private jets and Bentleys and Rolexes and all of that in the name of Yahweh, why can't somebody who has genuine gifts use them and be fairly and appropriately compensated? Because the reason we get that ain't we get the gifts to use them to help others, but part of the reason they come on board the way they do for us is because we don't fit in the world. Therefore, we don't fit in their corporate structure, in their employment structure either. So our spiritual gifts are supposed to support us so that we don't have to continue to energetically wear ourselves down like a pencil nub trying to fit into a corporate world we just flat out are not designed to be a part of. So hopefully he'll figure that part out later. But here's the thing, and I'm right there with you, Roz. And you can let him know. Like I said, he can come and watch some of our smaller ones when this one goes live. Maybe you can have him watch in the tail end of this, because I am gonna have to get off here soon, so it'll be within like the last 30, 40 minutes or so of this when for this message for him. But I definitely would love to get an opportunity to talk to him. I had a lady stop me when I was in Virginia working at that tavern I was telling you about. I've had several people stop and speak over my life, but this particular night or time, it really got me because I was in this dining room, and that tavern was set up with several different dining rooms, and I was off in a little one off to the side. A lady walked into the dining room as I was starting to clear tables or whatever for the end of the evening shift. She wasn't even in my section at all, at all. I had come through there, I think, with drinks from the bar or something. I don't even know how she saw me or her, whatever. And she stopped me and held my hands, held both of my hands, and she was like, "You have a ministry over your life. And unless or until you fulfill your mission, you are never going to find peace and fulfillment." And I looked at that lady like, "Is you crazy? I done stepped away from Christianity. I don't do religion, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I'm not doing none of that." She was like, "No, I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about." She said, "Every ministry isn't from the pulpit, but you do have a calling over your life. And unless or until you step into your real purpose, you're never going to find real fulfillment." Now, she told me that back in like 2009 ish. And she won't lie. She really wasn't. I had all kinds of people that would come up in that tavern. Some of them stop and tell me, "You know Jesus." I'm like, "Yeah." "No, no, no. I can really see. I see it on you. Really have." And I'm, like I said, I'm mad. I'm literally rolling my eyes, whatever you say, blah, 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 blah. Had people want to stop and pray with me, not for me, want to stop and pray with me several times, which I won't even mad because that tavern was haunted as hell. So anytime somebody had some light to bring up in there, I wasn't mad about it. But they would stop and speak life over my situation all the time when I was in there. I get it. And like I say, if you think he won't be offended by listening to this part of the reading once I make it public, have him just listen to this. Because, all right, Antoine, I appreciate you, brother. I'm on my way out too because we have stayed way past what we normally do. Uh, but it was a good session. So I definitely thank you. And I will hit you up another time. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening. Absolutely. Namaste. But yeah, let him know because, like I said, my daughter wanted to be regular as well. I wanted to be regular. I ain't never been regular. I don't have gifts to that extent, but yeah, I definitely understand not necessarily wanting to tell the world because even when, look at here, I was just sitting here just doing busy work with my hands, and spiritual awakening came out here with Baba G. um, I debated a long time before, and Commander Ashtar. And back when I was in as a conspiracy theorist, whatever, I did interact with Ashtar Sharon. There are several Commander Ashtars, but Sharon was the one that I interacted with before my daughter had her little events, like I said, being taken aboard craft and stuff. Um, and she don't want to talk about it either. And I'm hoping she's 25 now, so I don't know if she will eventually come around. But yeah, if you get a chance to, just show him this. I know he's not gonna sit through the whole thing, but maybe the last 15 minutes or so of this so that he can see that he's not alone, what he needs to, like I said, there's a safe space for him here if he wants to kind of learn about some of this stuff from a non-preachy, non-judgmentally. It's a way to learn the Bible without the preachy going to church mess, because like I said, there ain't nobody that's less Christian than me. I'm not repping that mess, not now, way, no how. But there is a lot of good information for all folks that's still laced in the pages of that book. Because that book is not initial. They tell you all scripture is inspired of God and beneficial for teaching, reproving, and setting things straight. That's a lie. Most of that book is just ancient text from the Anunnaki time period when those different various pantheons were around and their interactions with folks here on this planet. You say you have pictures of craft? Ooh, girl face, that's awesome. You know what? The one time I had a chance to get a picture, and I don't even know because my phone sucked even back then. I don't even know if we could have gotten it. We were so close though. There was like right out. Okay, let me back up a little bit. My mentor, I lived in an old house in Newport News, a real old house, and apparently I didn't know it until after we had moved into the place. But a lady was unalived in that house, and right outside of that house, there was a huge tangle of electric wires. The wire pole up there, I don't even know how something didn't catch fire the way the wires was all crossed up, but it just looked like a big knot of wire. So I knew the energy signature had to be off the charts up there. But there were several houses on that block that were supposedly, including there was a national monument. I think the first black lawyer in Virginia or something, his house was at the end of that block or whatever. I mean, he had been long since gone, but it was said that his wife's ghost could be seen in the upstairs windows and blah blah blah. So my kids were having issues, and I never saw anyone in the house, but I know one night it was summertime and the air conditioner was broke, and according to the thermostat it was like 84, 85 degrees in the house, something like that. And we were talking to somebody that was sitting around telling some kind of weird paranormal story, and a cold breeze came across the back of my neck. Wasn't no fans on, none of the rest of that. So I already knew we got a problem, Houston. And then my kids started telling me they were having issues with hearing people walking up and down the stairs when wasn't nobody home, doors slamming. And my oldest said she woke up one night and a little white girl was standing at the foot of her bed talking about her name was Mary or something, to ask her if she wanted to come out and play. I'm like, oh hell no. So I went and talked I went and talked to my mentor, and he told me what to do as far as salt in the corners and all of that. And he makes orgone devices. So he gave me a set of orgone muffins, four of them. And in the pyramid, we put the pyramid up in the attic and put the muffins around the four corners of the house. And I put a salt lamp in my room and all of that, and we didn't have no more issues with the door slamming and people walking, and the little girl stayed wherever the hell she went from, all of that. But like I said, my daughter, she had been aboard craft, and she don't want to talk about it. She was aboard craft once, and she had a couple of encounters with them, and they told her that she needed to that she had a job to do, that a mission, and she don't want to accept it. You can just speak, but I don't want to have them keep coming back, so I like to go ahead on and get rid of the problem. The fact that they was there at all let me know I needed to get rid of them, so I did what I needed to do for them to go on about their business, so we can have peace. I don't like that kind of energy in my house or around me. um but shortly after that, I had gotten sick one night, and I've had issues with, like, dental issues, and they were hurting really, really bad. They didn't come back as long as I had, like I said, as long as I kept the corners salted, and I kept the salt lamp going at all times in that house. It even changed the energy of the house as far as the way the kids got along with each other. They wasn't fussing and arguing, and I found they one by one they would be coming in. Even the grown ones would come in and want to lay across my bed and chill with me. Everybody wound up kind of congregating in my room because that's where I kept the salt lamp. But yeah, it just changed the whole energy of the house when that happened in a good way. But yeah, they're very, like I said, those negative energies or negative entities do not like salt. So that's why I put it in everywhere a corner formed in that house. I put some salt there. But I just don't even like knowing that they're there. Like I said, I want to know that the energies and entities around me are of love and light. And for me, unfortunately, when they do decide to kick up, they've never done anything really, really bad to me. But like, I used to get sleep paralysis or whatever, and me just telling them to go, they don't go on their own. I genuinely have to call in for help. I was trained to call on Jehovah as a child, and that kind of sort of worked. But once I learned better and kind of signed off on Yahweh, we had a whole conversation and everything. And he knows that I know who he is, and I ain't going for it no more. Out of habit, one time, just because of programming, I had sleep paralysis, and I woke up in my sleep calling on Jehovah because that's what I had been trained from childhood to do. And it didn't work. But the moment I said, Inky says no, they went away. I woke up and it was fine. So I can't just say no by itself. I have to actually call on the right entity now. They know who my God is. My protection is no longer in Yahweh, it is in Lord Enki. But anyway, back to your son. Just let him know he's gonna be all right. Oh, the craft. That's what I was gonna try to tell you about. You say your son stages house. Yeah, your home is 150 years old. There you go. There you go. That same. This house was. I think it was built in like 1910 or something like that. So it was like 100 years old. Yeah. Um. But this one particular night, and I'm getting ready to go for real. But I want to tell you about the story with the craft. I was having some really bad dental issues. I had a tooth that, truthfully, I don't know, that thing had my whole face hurting, and I was miserable as hell. But this particular night, I was asleep. I had taken, I forgot what I even took, some kind of prescription, something or other, so that I could get to sleep. And my daughter was working nights at that time at Wendy's. She came in, and she was like, well, the first time she saw craft in the sky. And she was like, Ma, you got to come see this. And I did. Now, that I couldn't have got on camera because it was too far away. We looked up in the night sky, and it looked like stars at first, except I'm familiar with the major constellations, and they were in an arrangement that I had never seen before. I'm like, this ain't no constellation. It looked like about 100 to 150 lights that were in like a circular, it was like smaller lights around a larger hub. And when I looked at them, and at first they thought they were stars, but when I really started looking at them, they each one had two segments. So they looked like electric ants, but they were all in formation around this larger hub. And we stood out there and watched it for a while. We came out a few hours later, And then towards around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, they started falling off as if different flanks were leaving. And by the time we got to right before sunrise, it was like one the central hub with maybe 10 or 12 uh, vessels still around it, but the rest of them, over 100 of them, had fallen away and were gone by that point. Um, I don't. I don't know if my daughter is a seer or not. She might could be, but again, she is not spiritually focused at all at this time. She wanted to be regular when they told her she had a mission and a message to get to the powers that be. She just decided she didn't want to talk about it no more. She don't want me to talk about it to her no more. She absolutely wanted to smoke and drink herself into regularhood, and she literally is 25 years old and an alcoholic. High functioning, but yeah. So I don't know if she'll come out of that. I don't know, because that's something that runs through her father's family, as well, and it's her choice that she made. There's nothing that I can really. And she was so anti. Well, at least she was probably lying. Come to think of it, for a while, because for a long time she wouldn't drink at all, nothing, nothing at all, and then all of a sudden, here she come. Yeah, but I also realized how long it took me to actually step into my purpose too. So I just don't judge. All I can do is hold space for her and love her and hope that, truthfully, I do believe that once I start stepping into kind of more into my purpose, and she starts taking spirituality more seriously, and seeing the way things are panning out, because she's still bitter. She's got a lot of, that's a whole nother story. We ain't gonna get into all of that. But hopefully, like I said, she's young, and hopefully she'll get, as her heart and mind heals and matures, she might be able to, yeah. Honestly, that she part of, number one, her daddy's a jerk, that part. But she still clung to him. That's the crazy part. She's the only one of my children that really had their father around them. I did the wrong thing for the right reasons. And even though he and I were no longer together, I made sure that she stayed in close proximity so she could have a relationship with him. And she's the most damaged of all of them as far as daddy issues and stuff go. But like I say, I was trying. I did the wrong thing for the right reasons. So I tried. But um she witnessed a lot of death, like, quite honestly, and I don't think she understands how to process grief. My mother passed when she was really young. She was 10 when my mom passed, and then her other grandmother that she did have a really close relationship with from the age of like 4 or 5. She was close to her grandmother. She passed by the time my daughter was like 12 or so, and then 3 weeks after, 2 weeks literally after her grandmother's funeral, her favorite uncle died. And then when we were on, like, throughout, like I said, we were living in downtown Newport News, so she witnessed quite a few of her mutual friends and stuff got unalived, unfortunately, during the course of our living there. And quite honestly, by the time, in fact, one of them that she was real close to, she was literally the last person that she saw before he got killed in the street in Newport News. He walked her home, went back out to go to the little corner store, and somebody thought, I don't know, I don't even think they intended to shoot him, but whatever happened, he was coming out of the little corner store a block from our house and got popped and passed away over the garbage cans down the end of the block trying to get home. Oh no, I appreciate you telling me, Roz. I do. Like I said, we're gonna tell these little stories, and then I'm gonna go, because I do want to be able to get some content out tomorrow. I was supposed to today and got stuck in my head, but I switched up and started. I'm gonna start doing lives in the evening so that I can get some pre-recorded content done and uploaded during the daytime. both here and on TikTok. And then by the time I get to whatever point that I can do lives on TikTok, then I'll split away, like split the week, 4 days live here, 3 days live over there, or something like that. But yeah, so she had all, like I said, by the time she graduated high school, she had probably had like a dozen people that she was close to pass within short order. And then not too long after that, her other favorite uncle in that same family wound up passing. So yeah, it was a lot, a lot, a lot. Girl face, go ahead and tell your story, honey. You said you got a story. Tell it. Yeah, but I figured she just never really learned to process it, process grief and death. Yeah. Oh, okay. You say you could never tell it all. Join the join the WhatsApp group, and you can leave a voice note, or you can DM me if you want to. If you need somebody to talk to and tell it, because I know a lot of us can't tell our stories to our folks around us or whatever. If you need somebody to talk to, email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. The email address is at on my about page, and then I can send you a link to the WhatsApp group, and then you can either we can talk on audio or video call, what have you, or you can leave a voice message in the group chat, whatever you're comfortable. But if you need a safe space to tell it in, you can absolutely contact me there, and I'd be more than happy to hear it. Y'all, it is 12:41. I cannot believe I stayed on here this long. Oh my goodness. Exactly. I'm on my way too. Absolutely. Oh, bless your heart, Roz. Yeah, you get you some rest, baby. The caregivers need caregiving too. You are so very welcome, my dear, and I am going to scoot as well. I definitely appreciate all that have hung out with me tonight. It has been wonderful. I will be on Anunnaki Oracle Priestess tomorrow at 8 p.m., and we'll be pulling some cards there. If anybody wants to get a message out of the cards, they'll be there. Otherwise, you can join in for a group message if you don't have a personal reading that you like to get. Either way, I will be on that channel doing some lives, and set for all notifications on both channels, because like I said, I will be uploading some content as well on both channels. And hopefully once I get over situated on TikTok, I'll let you guys know. So if you want to join me over there, you can as well. But again, I do thank you for joining me tonight. I'm getting ready to sign off now, so peace and blessings to you all. I love you so very much. And in the meantime, in between time, until next time, peace and blessings. Namaste.